Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution. War in Los Angeles. The chickens coming home to roost. The legal say this they damn country, and they gonna take it. What is going on here? They fighting the police. Salute, family. They battling the National Guard. The cartel done sent all of their henchmen out there. This is getting very dangerous, y'all.
JLR investigates. We are live.
Let's catch up.
Los Angeles standoff between protesters, rioters, and the National Guard. Come on in.
And what's so crazy? These people got every flag in the world out there except the U.S. flag. See, this is what America has come to, where you have people here fighting on behalf of other countries saying they ain't going no goddamn well.
Had a little technical difficulties earlier. Had to break off, and now I came back, and here we are. Looks like we have a staging ground here, a standoff. National Guard has arrived throughout the night to the Federal Detention Center in downtown Los Angeles, and here we are. Protesters, rioters have been lining up for the last few hours. So it's been going on for a few hours now.
People out there. They got
and
right
this
there.
is the situation.
Fighting the police and shit.
Come on in. JLR investigate. So
people get deported. This is crazy.
Wow. Day 3. It continues.
That good dinner, man.
Day 3 of this
and Democrats should be ashamed of their motherfucking self. We knew this they voters. Democrats should be ashamed of their motherfucking self, how they use and abuse people. With their little fake Black Lives Matter protests, it doesn't shame the name black. They ain't give a damn about us. They give a damn about us. Now they using these people. They using these motherfucking people. They are using these people, man. That's serious business. They want these people to come to be their servants, to lower the wages, fuck over us. See this? Remember, these is their new boo things. They got big plans for these people. Never forget, they were just these. Another reason these people all pissed. Never forget, these people were just getting all kind of free money, thousands of dollars on their card every month in food stamp, 10,000 free business, 10,000 cash business loan, free cars, all that type of shit. That's why these people pissed. Because the Democrats just had them living like millionaires, and now Trump telling them they got to get the hell out of here. They pissed.
Chaos in Los Angeles. Complete chaos in Los Angeles.
And Los Angeles is the wrong city, bro. Because Los Angeles, see, people need to know the truth. It's places in America, Los Angeles, San Antonio. It's a place where, hey, the people in power, that black lady Karen Bass don't run shit. I heard the Los Angeles tapes, racist people on city councils shitting on black people. Damn about no black people. They've been padding the stats. You see, they bring in these Spanish-speaking people. They don't give a fuck what part of the Spanish-speaking world they from. See, a lot of us be like the Mexicans. Them all them people ain't no Mexicans. They get over there, they Spanish-speaking, then they become La Raza, and then black people get out of power, get green lights put on them. These people terrorizing black people out there. That's the motherfucking truth. It wasn't no big you. It wasn't just no big you, nigga.
In Los Angeles. And it appears more and more people are coming in downtown Los Angeles to this detention center here. We're going to see what's up. We're going to stick around to check out the feeds, check out the lives.
You had that lady. You got that goddamn black lady. Been talking all that shit. That Congress lady. I don't even pay no mind. Talking about these jobs these people getting. Talking about who? Don't nobody want them jobs. I'm like, lady, who the hell you think they want to build houses? I mean, these people is crazy. Do construction work. And this is about who want to farm? Black farmers. What the fuck is wrong? Black farmers love to farm. Like, are you nuts? I mean, but they want to fool us. And the thing, because I'm wise enough to know daddy, my papa, them. We used to do all of that and above. We used to do all of that shit. But then act like these are the only individuals capable of doing this. No, because they want lower the wages, then get us out the motherfucking workforce. All that shit is true, bro. They think we stupid, though. Ain't no black jobs. That's a fucking lie. There is such thing as black jobs.
Los Angeles, California. Come on in.
Hey, the police, they people look at the Trump sent the fucking
Here we
army down
got
there.
National Guard, armed, healed.
All the police down with it.
Holding the line. Holding the line. This is a spot where the last couple days, riders would go and do disruptions and destruction to the building. They defaced the building, spray painted it, threw rocks and bottles, fireworks, fires out there, and the National Guard has arrived.
Yeah,
we will see what's up.
Because they got
going on.
Shit, the U.S. military don't have the same motherfucking guidelines as the goddamn.
Everything goes haywire here.
Yeah, they can handle things a little bit different.
There's a lot of feeds up. You can.
They'll fuck them people up.
Here, there's people going crazy and chaotic. Here we go, folks. Come on in.
There's some black people around here talking about Trump gonna deport foundational black Americans. People need to stop lying. If y'all ass get deported, then your ass wasn't foundational black. But the deport, they want to scare the hell out of us. They want us to be scared no matter what. We never get a chance to just have a sigh of relief, like, "Ooh, man, this ain't really, this is this has nothing to do with us. We have to take all our lumps, all our bruises alone. Nobody helped us. Nobody gave us a hand. Hell no. And people talking about this, the Underground Railroad. Stop fucking being a swagger jacker. Come up with your own shit. There ain't no fucking people that. And it's them bootlicking, buck dancing, congressional black shoe shiners. Talking about this, smuggling these people into America and stealing our jobs. This the new Underground Railroad. Man, these people disgusting, bro. There's no fucking Underground Railroad, man. Look at them boys. Them boys ready to pop. They ready to pop. They ready to pop. So, hey, Trump said, if you spit, we hit. They was spitting on the police yesterday. Trump said, if you spit on those military stuff, don't pop that.
This is where we're at.
Man, the illegals finna take over Los Angeles. They already halfway took it over. I thought they were fully finna take it over. Now that big U going, you gotta check in with them, huh?
So is this just gonna be a bunch of standing around or what? Hello, everyone. Come on in. Carol, hello. Thank you for being a member for 2 months.
There's some action popped off. Let's get to the action because I got this on live.
Yeah, I haven't seen
live shit, but he had a lot of shit on that as I watched it. It's gonna start we need to see this because this is the problem, bro.
They call it
this serious business.
I'm not sure if it's 1,000. But look at this large group. So a large group is making its way somewhere.
They're going to cause problems.
I think they just passed like a Jewish synagogue. I don't know the exact location.
Oh, man, we don't go down about that.
They call it Boyle Heights. Boyle Heights.
Down about that synagogue.
This is the Boyle Heights section of Los Angeles. And this is live. So got to deal with this situation on top of
Fuck this shit. There's a lot of
the National Guard. Yeah, so this one looks like they.
Nigga, that's serious goddamn business. That's one thing that I just can't let go because this is unity in the community. We love everybody. We want peace with all the races, but I will never, ever, ever let go. It's a lot of racist Mexican gangs in California, especially Los Angeles, putting green lights on black people in the community, trying to strong on community because these motherfuckers got to do whatever the big homies say in prison. They got to do whatever the motherfuckers say. Nigga, they can't say no. They can't. You feel what I'm saying? There'll be a lot of hate towards us. People that hate us for no reason. As soon as you get over here, you hate us. You're lazy. How the fuck you come over here with that racist attitude? They just were saying with some lazy motherfuckers a couple of months. That's serious business too. We ain't forgot about all that shit. All that disrespect towards us. Now they talk about this is the new BLM. Them was some scamming ass shit was going to say y'all scamming. But then, that's why I didn't like that. Because now anything happen, people, what about the blacks? They tore shit up and talk about black lives. Man, bro, they didn't ruin anything with our name tied to it.
They are headed towards downtown.
On purpose.
Like between Chinatown and East Los Angeles. And it looks like they're going westbound towards downtown Los Angeles. I'm figuring that they'll probably here eventually meet up with the individuals there at that location. Somebody said First Street. They're in First Street. I think they'll eventually hit downtown Los Angeles at the detention center. But this is scary. We don't know what's going to happen here. I do believe that once the sun goes down, more clashes.
Yeah, they looking for
yesterday there was like last night at that Arco station. There was a bunch of
crazy, bro. That's crazy.
Looting and things like that.
Not because somebody from their community was killed by the police. We ain't tripping. Because some illegals was arrested. Now they all come out. He was just getting up to go to work. What the? He was illegal. You don't. This is the problem. Because we won't have shit. And like I say. What made me get a crystal clear stance on this? It's not racist. If you go to Africa, nigga, if you're in Kenya and you from Ghana and you overstay your welcome in Kenya, they'll boot your ass out. You can't be, man, I'm black. This the black man. They don't give a fuck about that. You gotta stop this in South America. You can't just be hanging out in Venezuela. You overstay your visa and you from Colombia. They boot your ass out. They don't get my Spanish brother. They don't give a damn about here in America. We say, no, bro, we can't have all that, man. God damn, we trying to get ours. We still got problem with these people. You siding with the whites? No, bitch, I'm siding with us. You Johnny come lately?
At the store. At that gas station, at that intersection of
America's broke.
Atlantic.
America is broke. We owe $33 trillion fucking dollars. Y'all ain't finna help us put nothing on that motherfucking debt, nigga. Y'all it's going up with you. We owe $33 trillion. I come here for a better life. Man, 3 in the hole, bro. I come here for a better life, bro. It's other people in line for that. And that's another thing we need to say. You can't find no better life here. That's serious business. We should be following any motherfucker. If you found one, we should take that goddamn shit. I didn't see that. Give me that goddamn better life. I missed that.
LA County Sheriff's had that corner there. But at that point of that corner, they left in the middle of it. This is crazy. So, yeah, this is going on. So we'll continue to see what's up. I'm very concerned here where this crowd goes. I mean, they're marching down the street. And
yeah, because they got to. Mexican Mafia.
There could be other protests in other locations. They said the National Guard, they put out some tweets.
That's another thing, because they got
actually
big
retweeted them. I'll tweet exactly, or I'll read exactly what they said.
Police and
but they said that
and everything.
They're at 3 different locations.
A lot of motherfuckers just don't want to tell the fucking truth about the narcos, the human trafficking, all that trafficking that comes. It ain't just all these middle-aged men. Man, where your old lady? Where your wife? Oh, she's bad. I'm going to send her money. Man, that's a lie. That's a scam. That's a scheme, bro. You ain't sending nothing back. You don't never plan on going back. I done run across so many more. I work with, man. I tell it to the visa people, nigga. You run that scam on America like that, bro. You ain't plan on going no motherfucking where, nigga. Your ass come over here. You a coyote. Now your ass, you smuggling people over here.
U.S. Northern Command tweeted out the California Guard 79th IBCT has deployed approximately 300 soldiers to 3 separate locations in the greater Los Angeles area. They are conducting safety and protection of federal property and personnel.
Oh, hell no. Why you ain't protecting the people?
One location is what we just saw at the beginning of the stream.
Protecting property.
I believe the other one.
Disgusting.
Paramount. That location, that ice place right across the street from the Home Depot. Now, the third location, I do not know. If anyone knows in the chat, please share. But it could get very, very ugly here very, very quickly. It already is. I mean, last night there were fires. They looted the Arco. They were spray painting numerous buildings.
The Democrats gave these people all that free money. The well done ran dry. And they talking about kicking them. They talking about survival. Bro, survival of the fittest, where they came from, man. These people rather, they want to fight police, go to war with America. And like I said, I've seen these people waving all kind of flags, none of them American flag. Make it make sense. What the fuck? Yeah, get your ass up out of here. Wherever that flag you got, that's where you going.
Throwing Molotov cocktails at the federal facility. They burnt that vehicle. Let me tell you something about that white vehicle that was in the middle of the intersection of Alondra. They stole that. So the report was they stole it in Compton. A group of people stole a car. They took it to the intersection. They got out of the car and set the car on fire. And then that drew all the motorcycles, the little tiny motorcycles, and other people to come. And they started circling it. They started circling it. But yeah, we're gonna see where this goes. And what's going on here? This is the NBA. They don't have volume to the feed, but it seems like different. There's multiple feeds up now on what's going on. So, yeah, this is going to be a very interesting day, to say the least. This is really the first day where National Guard is there, planted. I feel at one point, they'll probably call the area unlawful assembly at one point. If it gets out of hand or bottles or different violence starts happening. And then the question is, what does the National Guard do? Most likely they'll be using their tear gas, pepper balls, and fire it back at the crowd.
The intersection up ahead here in downtown LA is going to be Alameda and First Street. We are
First Street.
This group to start turning onto Alameda, and you can see these.
Yeah, they're going to the detention center.
These security people wearing these neon vests. They're now standing in the intersection.
These people trying to break.
So Alameda and First Street,
safe path,
and then they're going to go
to turn.
They're turning. It appears they're turning right. So they're going to go up Alameda. They're going to go up towards the 101. So they're only a few blocks away from the Metropolitan Detention Center. They only got to go up now 2 more blocks. They got to cross Temple. Oh, they're all going to that Metropolitan Detention Center. This is going to be crazy. Yeah, this is going to get scary. We don't know.
You can see traffic is now at a standstill here at the corner of Alameda Street and East First as these protesters turn. They were headed west on First. Now they're headed north on Alameda, most likely headed to that federal building.
There you go, 2 blocks away. So this is going to get ugly maybe here. all these people here are going to go in front of this National Guard. We'll take you back to when they get there, we'll go back to the other feed.
Yeah, they ain't gonna play stupid though.
We'll just see them marching, and they're going to meet up with the small group that's already in front of the National Guard.
Police officers with those troops. I doubt it. They're probably looking for some cops to pump.
Yeah, it's popping now. This is getting really. This is starting to go downhill, I think. Or will it stay peaceful? I think a lot of people within this crowd, not everyone, will eventually start shouting at National Guard. And when you got a recipe for a disaster potentially coming right here in real time.
You can shout. You can't throw all that shit you threw at the police.
JRG Projects says they will have to send in the Marines if this is indeed funded by an outside group. A Marine platoon will have more powers than the National Guard in dealing with an insurrection. These are deliberately provoking a response. Cowpoke, thank you for the comment. Lost my voice from last night, but just shouting at the screen, man, because I was in shock of what was going on. Plus, also, when they opened up that garage last night and they came out like G.I. Joe, I never seen anything like that.
The Democrats, the government,
firing
let
off
them people do anything last night. Police. That's why Trump's sending them troops like, oh, hell no. Nah. Y'all must be crazy. Them people talking about seizing California, returning it to Mexico. All kind of crazy.
Bonkers. Here we are. So actually, in reality, we came on in a interesting time, right when this thing's about to really pop off. I mean, it was going on for a while, a couple hours. The crowd looks like they started coming there about 12 their time, 11, 12. Now we're 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 there, and I think they're crossing Temple right there, right? That's the intersection last night. See the MoCA, M-O-C-A, they had people along the fence. They're making arrests. All right, they're moving in. They're moving into the detention center. They're right there at that corner. Oh, man.
We're going to see if they about that life, play with them troops like that. I doubt it. Like I said, they're looking for some police officers to throw firecrackers at.
What's going to happen here? So I hopefully the camera breaks out a little bit more so we can see how many people are. I want to have an aerial footage of how many people are already there before this crowd gets there. How many people to try to get an assessment. I don't think there was more than like 100 or so that were already out there in front of the detention center, but this is going to make it close to, this looks like 1,000 maybe. Oh man, they're still coming. Oh man. Popcorn ready.
Only in America can the illegals try to pull this type of shit.
Popcorn. Okay, so see the top of the screen? You could see the people already out there in front of the detention center there at that garage. That's at the top middle of the screen. That's that group that was already there. It does look like maybe 100 at the most, but this definitely is hundreds. Hundreds. So we got a major developing situation here. Possible clash. And how long does it stay? I mean,
we are now on the block of the federal building where we believe they're headed. As I move the camera north along,
we know they're headed there.
You can see where the other group of
let's see the other group. See the other group.
Standing for much of the
oh man, look at this.
And let me take a look at
what's going on here.
Earlier when we flew over this before heading over to Boyle Heights.
National Guard is pushing. Look, they're pushing.
Larger group, through downtown.
They're mobilizing because they know this other group is coming.
Check this out.
Look at all them in the center. Oh man, it's already starting.
Let me see if I can go in a little tighter with the camera, put the doubler on it. This was definitely a more.
It's already starting.
We flew over this earlier.
This is crazy.
We saw about a dozen National Guard troops standing outside the federal building in a line earlier.
You're gonna see if they want to liberate their family. They got to go through the troops right there. Go get them.
It does look like the California National Guard outside the federal building. This morning, we did hear that a couple hundred.
All right, so now we're taking us back here to this location. This is where the National Guard is standing and the people are coming. So we're going to see they're lining up. They're taking position here and they're expanding it out.
Yeah, I heard the boy say, hold the line. Get up here. Tell them the troops, y'all get up here, man.
Yeah, turned it down just a little bit. All right, so that massive crowd is now basically came here. We'll see what happens. Here we go. Look, he's already spraying pepper spray. They're pushing people back. They're spraying them with pepper spray. Here it comes. He got the gun. They pepper sprayed. Look at this. Whoa. Why is he slamming an American flag on the ground? That's crazy.
See?
He's stepping on American flag.
You see these punks? They say it's their country now. You know
what's he doing to the flag?
They see in this country.
All right, so they're already shooting pepper spray, bullets. Look at this guy.
Come on, man. Why are you going backwards,
Look
baby?
what he's doing to the flag. Unbelievable. Look at that. Oh, he just throws the flag on the ground. What in the world? He's sitting there taunting National Guard and throwing a flag on the ground and stepping on it. Whoa. About to get ugly, folks, I believe. Oh, boy. Hey, they showed a close-up of that guy's face that did that. What's going on with the guy in the middle there? Did he get hurt? Oh, boy.
I knew they was still going to They was beating the police. See, yesterday, I'm telling you, bro, when them troops wasn't there, man, they was beating the police. They were beating the police cars, busting. Man, these people terrorized the police yesterday because the governor told them to stand down. Now the troops there, you see, they want to get back and talk shit from afar. Oh, man, y'all just switched up your attitude a little bit, huh? They already know them. They already know what time it is.
Oh, look at that. Is he going to shoot it? Oh, they're shooting it. Oh, look at this. Oh, we're live.
Where the punks? Where they go? Look, attack.
Pushing people back.
Look, they sabotaged them from the back. When that punk who was stepping on that flag, he probably already got arrested. He probably one of them vans. He probably one of them vans right there, terrorists. He probably one of them black vans right there. Whoever was stepping on that flag.
What is that?
Going
More reinforcements. Oh, look at that word, Antifa. It says Antifa. It says Antifa on the building. On that thing. Somebody spray painted Antifa.
Yeah, where they at?
Susan, thank you. Thank you. Very grateful. Thank you. Susan, thank you.
Now they scared. Yesterday they was kicking them cars, beating them.
Thank you very much.
They was scared. Now they
look at this. More law enforcement coming.
Yeah, because they just had reinforcements. So the police called they reinforcements. If they bought their life, they bought their life. Yeah, I see. Yeah, I knew that. I knew this. Mexican Mafia gonna be mad. Now they told them people to attack. They're not supposed to be standing down.
JRG. Thank the Lord. Good Lord, I don't live in California. And I like the snowy north. Nice and quiet.
It's billions of dollars of narco.
I'm thinking about going to Idaho.
On the line, man. You kidding
we
me?
are. Idaho. Look at this. All right, so they are bringing in more federal authorities here.
Waving all their little flags from all over Latin America. They don't want to go back, but their ass is going back. That's for sure. Democrats gave these people houses, cars.
We don't know what this situation, how this
that's why they
what's going to happen here.
That's been.
But I think they pushed them back to be able to allow those vehicles to come in to the federal detention center or metropolitan detention center. Same thing.
Oh, they were a little flag motherfucker. I just seen him back there. He's still back there with his bitch ass. They ain't
this is the detention center here.
This is what they get. This is what they get. They wanted a war. It's gonna be a war out there.
They're bringing it all in.
But don't back down. Y'all they talked all that shit. Said fuck America.
What's going on the other side of there?
On the flag. Cool.
Thank you, 299. Thank you, 299. Thank you. Look at this. So it's really popping. Will it go downhill from here? Oh. What are they doing? They look like they're about to fire.
The illegal reinforcement showed up. The illegal sent some hardliners to the front.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. They want war. I thought they was gonna punk out. They look at over there. They came with the little firecrackers and shit. They did.
Oh, look at this. This is crazy.
Oh, battle in the middle of LA, nigga.
It's popping.
The illegals firing some of their shit.
Wow.
They firing at a distance.
And that's on the other side. The other side has the crowd. Looks like the feds ain't playing around here today. They just started already pushing this crowd back already. Seems like they're having zero tolerance here. Zero tolerance. Looks like they're not playing any games. Like, a lot of times the standoffs go on for a while until law enforcement, uses this type of response. But here it looks like they're already shooting it back quickly.
Damn, man, I got
lost the yoke. Thank you for being a member.
I gotta find a video from the illegal side because I seen them. They came.
Now they're pushing everybody back because of that.
Find some shit. Homemade rocket.
Tear gas.
Tear gas at the police. That's when the police
live in Los Angeles at the Metropolitan Detention Center. JLR investigate.
All the illegals ain't gave up, huh?
Alameda Street. Somebody can't breathe. Hear that? That's that cold. That stuff gets in your lungs.
That ain't that bullshit.
Oh man,
yeah, that's the real deal.
See, some of these people here, like that's journalists, are just like streamers, journalists. They're wearing press. Look, they're covering their face. They know what's up, so they got to wait for all that smoke to clear.
All that trying to
work its way back.
All motherfuckers sideline ass out the way. Don't you see some war out there?
It's like a war going on.
You can't blow your nose. It helps.
In Los Angeles.
I'll be damned. The illegals, they didn't stand down, yo.
Literally like a war going on. Yolanda RN.
This is just what the troops want anyway. They wanted
to do this. For being a member for 15 months.
They ain't come out here to play.
Mogvet, thank you. Thank you, and Magnolia, for covering this. Look at this. Look at all this. This is crazy. Laguna Berry. Nice to see you, Laguna Berry. Hello, Laguna Berry. Thank you for the tags on Twitter when things are going on. Or X. Some people call it X. I still call it Twitter. Look at this. Crowd is forming.
Oh shit! The illegals trying to surround them. Man, what the fuck kind of drugs these illegals on, man?
Oh,
the hell they come from? This under the sewer behind them? Where the hell they come from? Where was they back there? Police turn around.
We are live at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Los Angeles.
They trying to put their hands up and talk shit. You gonna get shot like that too. They got mad.
Crazy.
What set a lot of this off too is
little bit. Thank you for being a new member of JLR Investigate.
Home Depot.
Andrew, thank you for being a member of JLR Investigate.
They sitting out there waiting as day laborers to go. You know, them some people be picking up these people, bro, and taking them to go do cheap labor around their house, around their.
Thank you, Bruce. That's it. Thank you. You can see people with the signs.
And the ICE picked their ass up.
The crowd. Frank, thank you, Frank. Live and crazy Sunday, exactly. Sunday. I expected to take the weekend off, but this can't be ignored. This cannot be ignored, folks. We have a major situation, literally a battleground in downtown Los Angeles right now. This is a big, big deal. Folks, I did not want to do this over the weekend at all.
Who it's going to be? Somebody going to turn up.
We need to see what's up and what
who's going to give up? Is it going to be the
feds?
This
is a conversation and a topic that we know a lot about when it comes to the immigration policies, migrants, illegal entry. We know everything about that. We know most things about that.
Bro. They ain't unarmed now.
Topic we're very well versed on, considering that we spent a lot of time on the border. You hear the other crowd? Sounds like marchers. I think more people are coming.
Hold on, man. That people, they trying to come get the illegals. Oh, they want about. Oh shit. Oh, they want about it. Nazis were just followers. What the fuck are they talking about?
Oh boy, folks. Let's see what happens. Look at that. You see the shield that says California National Guard. The typical chant, whose streets are streets? Whose streets are streets? That chant has been used at a lot of protests around the country on a lot of different issues. Whose streets are streets? So it looks like hundreds are out there. Is there about? It could be 1,000. Could be.
Yeah.
See a lot of the signs. See the graffiti out there. A lot of graffiti out there centered around ICE. ICE. They're saying, whose streets are streets? You know, the Department of Secretary for the Department of Defense, Pete Hegseth, said that Camp Pendleton, if the violence continues, it doesn't stop, he'll bring the military. Military coming.
You gotta be careful because these bastards probably try to sneak martial law.
Lacey, thank you for being a member of JLR Investigates.
It's all be a play getting ran on America. So this is the problem with shit like this. This could be a play getting ran on America for martial law. They would love that. You see? And these illegals, they illegals. They the ones brought them over here. So they gonna do whatever the fuck whoever brought them over here tell them to fucking do.
Jennifer, thank you for being a member of JLR Investigates. I saw a few more comments. Eyes dried open. Thank you for being a member of JLR Investigates. Welcome aboard. So yeah, we're going to be here. Hopefully this doesn't go into the night. Lisa Marie, thank you for being a member of JLR Investigates.
Shit. The National Guard gonna hit them with the curfew. If they want to play with that curfew, it's gonna get very dangerous for their ass. Because
Ping, thank you, Ping.
Like a threat when they put that curfew intact. So ain't no putting your hands up, ain't no peaceful ain't none of that. Your ass supposed to be off the streets if the National Guard put the curfew in there.
Lot of people there, folks. Extra Hammer, thank you. For God and Country, thank you. And here we are. Did I miss anybody? And if I did miss anybody, I apologize because there's so many comments coming through. We might have to slow the chat down more, but man, this is crazy. I like to use that word a lot if you haven't noticed. This is crazy. Because literally it is. Oh, they're yelling Shane. Look at this. Oh, look at that. How big the crowd is. Yeah, it's a big crowd. Crazy.
National Guard ain't worried about that crowd. They got their little circle. They ready to deal with that shit with the illegals. Make the wrong move.
How long is the federal authorities going to tolerate this for?
See, one thing about the military, we train them to use lethal, deadly force. Yeah, police do. Military is 10 times worse. These people have to use these skills to stay alive. These people here, one minute they doing this here right here, next minute they doing this in Baghdad or they in Syria. You know, that's serious motherfucking business. These people be in some dangerous goddamn places. So these little punks right here just don't understand. They playing the illegals playing with their motherfucking lives, playing a dangerous motherfucking game, bro.
I mean, they're already
in America and all that shit. Okay.
Pepper spray, bullets, rubber bullets, whatever they have. Shows me it's not peaceful if you're already deploying that. Agitators trying to get closer and closer, try to break that line. By the way, there's a report coming out of Boston. Boston and ICE is announcing right now that they've arrested nearly 1,500 individuals in the Boston area. Same topic here. Victor, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. 5 gifted memberships. 5 people now members of JLR Investigates.
Got the people out there on
one of the fastest growing channels on the internet. Here we are.
I was whooping the police last night. Now look at it. Now they just want to yell and holler. They was doing way more than this last night, man. It's all on video.
Multiple different feeds, commentary, and a lot of you in the chat with your questions. A lot of you in the chat with your thoughts, opinions. Hello, John Dunn. Nice to see you again. Welcome back, John. I like the avatar, John Dunn. You know, the shadow figure. I like that. Nice to see you back. Nice to see you again. We touch on a variety of topics, and this is one. This is a major situation because, you know, this situation could ease up in a couple days, which I hope it does, or it could spiral out of control. The governor of California, Newsom, thinks that this thing will make the situation worse. And the federal government seems like they're not playing. They're not playing this time around. And it seems like they are saying that they'll bring in the military if need be. And I think they would. Now, a lot of people have been saying over the internet, you know, this might be a justification for the government to declare martial law. I don't know if it will go into martial law level. I don't know what type of level what's going to happen here. But we are talking about probably the biggest sanctuary city in the United States. So a lot of the people that live there don't want ICE there. They don't want the federal government even arresting criminals that are in this country illegally that already got deportation orders, or violent, dangerous gang members like Tren de Aragua, MS-13, and the different transnational organizations. Federal government's also saying that we're not going to be intimidated and we're going to enforce our rules and laws. So it seems like that, you know, they've already established that the federal government's not going to be scared by anybody and stop. Now, here's the situation, though. While all the people are here at the federal detention center, the Metropolitan Detention Center, it's quite possible ICE are still out there doing their raids. This could be a distraction. Technically, a distraction. Kent Carlson, thank you. Oh, you're from San Antonio. Yeah, that place you reported from San Pedro. It was San Pedro. The Migrant Resource Center that was run by Catholic Charities in San Antonio. Yeah, that shut down a couple months ago. That's totally closed off. Yeah, we were there numerous times. Laguna Berry. 1,000 or 2,000 people don't speak for all of Los Angeles. The population there is 3.87 million. And Laguna Berry, you might have a point here, you know, because if this was a complete outrage, you would think there'd be millions out there protesting, but a few thousand. Baby kisses, thank you. John Dunn, 5 gifted memberships. 5 members. New members of JLR Investigates, welcome aboard. Truckin, thank you. Oh, you've been following since Eagle Pass. So trucking, you know, Eagle Pass. You want to see what really went on? The peak of Eagle Pass, November, October, December of 2023. Eagle Pass was complete chaos across that Rio Grande River. That's probably why a lot of people are in the chat, because they know we know a lot about this topic and we've been along the border. Diane Finley, thank you for being a member. Brown-eyed girl, thank you. Very grateful. We're very grateful for all of you. Thank you. Sunshine, welcome to JLR Investigates Extra Hammer. Thank you for the comment. Swanky Dog. Make Gonzo great again. Gonzo journalism. Gonzo journalism. Swanky Dog knows that's kind of what we identify. I do a little bit as a Gonzo journalist. Baby kisses, welcome. And how come when PB had deportations, PB was all okay until PT came? All right, so the crowd is growing. So we're going to monitor this and see what happens. Funny Chess, welcome to JLR Investigates. You see a lot of streamers out there too with their cameras. But the crowd is here, so we'll see what happens. They also got vehicles out there too. I heard the no justice, no peace. National Guard, they're there. Look at that. I think there's a thousand plus people out there at this point. Yeah, I would think so. Here we go. What's going to happen here? This never, in this situation, it doesn't appear it's going to end up good. So there's a lot of people out there. And I'm trying to see if there's reports that there's another group on their way there, but I'm trying to verify this. They're showing a viral video right now of Maxine Waters trying to attempt to enter an ICE facility, and they slammed the door in her face. Congresswoman. Started to go around within the last hour. Maxine Waters visited an ICE facility, and they slammed the door in her face and wouldn't let her in. Greenhorn Barbecue. Nice name. Thank you. Mary, welcome to JLR Investigates. Thank you. Kent says the dogs. The dogs. Yes, our dog. Our favorite dog on the border. There are lots of dogs on the border. We tried to save many, many dogs along the border. Matter of fact, all those dogs that were at that one location, we actually, our video actually helped another person that actually reached out I guess he was a rescuer, and they came and rescued all those dogs. Look at this. But I have a special spot for Tex. Tex, the dog on the border, which got a good new home. Look at this. Look at this crowd. Uh-oh. Sometimes when you hear those sirens, something's about to happen, or they're bringing in more reinforcements. There's the line.
Compared to some LAPD
Look at
officers
this. We're going to switch up for a minute.
last night.
Look at the crowd on two
most of the
perspectives.
National Guard, like LAPD and LASO, they are required to go through multiple hours of riot control training. That means, you know, how to move a crowd, how to an arrest circle, to deal with an agitator. So the experience is there. How long they've been in the Guard, that's another question. But they do receive many hours of training throughout the year in civil unrest, because that is the National Guard's primary duty.
Yeah, tension levels must be pretty high. Even when things are calm like this, you see every once in a while, a demonstrator will approach the line, just kind of provoking and doing whatever they can to get a rise out of that line of soldiers and officers in tactical gear. This seems like a tough spot for anyone to be in. You know. It's not an enviable situation to be in, no matter what side you're on, no matter who you're advocating for, to face a crowd like this. And when you're advocating for peace, and you just want things to calm down, it's a tough spot to be in as a human.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, you've got people like that, like you just mentioned, who kind of poke the bear. They're trying to get a reaction. And once that reaction goes, sometimes you can control it, sometimes you can't. And that's why in any skirmish line, you have what's called linebackers. And their job is to keep the integrity of the line, make sure no one gets out of control. And if somebody, an officer, National Guard, whatever, gets a little heated, their responsibility, pull them out of the line and replace them. You know, basically, go have a timeout.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we hope that we hope we don't have to see any of that put into play here and things remain calm. Bruce Thomas, thanks so much. I think we'll wind up checking in with you throughout the afternoon, but thank you for your help in assisting us in our coverage of what's going on in downtown.
All right. So it looks like here, probably about 1,000 people out there. National Guard deployed. What's this? More cars? honking. All right, so the chants and all that. Oh, man.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, man.
That just seems like more and more people are coming. Yeah, I'm looking to see if we can get some information. Yeah, they said a protest is at Camp Pendleton too. It's crazy. This is crazy. Uh-oh. I see some all kinds of smoke and stuff.
No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here. No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here. No justice, no peace. No ICE or police. No justice, no peace.
Who said immigrants wasn't welcome here, lady? I think ICE is picking up illegal individuals. That not just immigrants. Any misunderstandings, they should straighten it out. But they're not rounding up immigrants, ma'am. See, that's not true.
ICE or police. No justice, no peace. No ICE or police.
No justice, no peace. Yeah.
No ICE or police. I need you guys to be louder than that.
So we also got this going on here too.
2, 4, 6, 8, abolish ICE. We can't wait. 2, 4, 6, 8, abolish ICE. We can't wait. 2, 4, 6, 8, abolish ICE. We can't wait. 2, 4, 6, 8, abolish ICE. We can't wait. Trump, escucha, estamos en la lucha. Trump, escucha, estamos en la lucha. Trump, escucha, estamos en la lucha. Trump,
All right, that's going on there.
Hello there. Understood.
Why are you using violence against unarmed
This is
people?
a rehearsal here, Chuck.
Why are you violating our First Amendment rights? Why are you violating our First Amendment rights? Why are you using violence against unarmed people? Help me! Why are you using
All right, so here we got the standoff. We got protests going on.
You're trying to silence us with violence. We have a right to use
Well,
our
President
voices.
Trump says that these soldiers are needed to restore the peace. The Democratic politicians here say they're only likely to make things worse.
National Guard, is this really what you signed up for? Is this really what you signed up for? We are here on Sunday. Shame on you. Exercising our constitutional They have more than 50 officers on here. Why are you using violence against unarmed people?
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you.
That's a good point.
Why are you using weapons of war like tear gas that violate the Geneva Public Convention against unarmed people? Why are you using violence against unarmed people? You're out here using violence
Look mostly over the shoulder, Chuck.
against unarmed people.
President Trump says that these soldiers are needed to keep the peace. But Democratic politicians in this city say they're only likely to make things worse.
I don't know if we call him the Roost.
Are we okay moving a little for this? Or do you want to stay static? I mean, only just like by referring to the protesters and then.
How are you doing? Absolutely. I'm hiding. I've started working as well as a photo editor for Le Monde. So that's nice. The office work, I thought it would kill me, and in fact, it's actually quite nice. What? You don't like being tear gassed? 3 days now. I mean, these are the ones like, yeah, I'm too old for this shit. We've done them all.
Well, you can see the National Guard members standing behind the California National Guard, it says on their riot shields there. They've been deployed just as President Trump said they would. And on this side, you can see a crowd of a few hundred protesters. They've been shouting things like, "You work for us." And although it's been overwhelmingly peaceful throughout the afternoon, we have seen a bit of tension with tear gas volleys being fired on one occasion. And this crowd is furious at what they see as a major breach of precedent and protocol in American politics, overreached by the White House, the first time, Brian, in 60 years that the National Guard have been sent in to a US city without a specific request from a state government. They're not going to like you when they're done with this. Well, what's shifted in recent days and weeks, Clive, is the administration's targeting of immigrants has shifted from a focus on immigrants with criminal records, the sort of hardcore immigrants that Donald Trump promised to go after on the campaign trail, to what many see as much softer targets, the thousands and thousands of undocumented migrants who starve this country's farms and restaurants, and that these protesters say ought to be left well alone. Of course, Mr. Trump claims he has a mandate. Immigration was at the center.
They was beating the police up last night. They ain't playing stupid with the National Guard.
There long before these protests is beginning to show.
They already lost the first battle with the National Guard earlier in this video when they got tear gas real bad, popped with non-lethal fire bullets and ran them off.
Purely for political. Thank you very much. Channel now. Seconds. Yeah, yep.
Down with Trump. Up with the immigrants. 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 Down. We said up with the immigrants. Down with Trump. Up with the immigrants. Down with Trump. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido.
What the hell?
Jackson. He's fun.
They don't want to get to the battle. They're gonna do battle. Let me see them get to start doing battle.
Got arrest.
Y'all remember I told y'all. I tell y'all, they scared of the state troopers. They looking for some police to fight. That's what they really want.
Where's the crowd going?
Find some police to beat because they scared of the state. I said,
they're going to the intersection.
They scared of the National Guard. They smart though. They don't want none of that military for sure though. Cops deadly too, but they less deadly than the motherfucking military.
Look at that.
You took an oath. You know this is wrong. You shouldn't be here.
Oh, we got arrest. We got arrest.
You betraying your oath. No, they're not. They doing their motherfucking job. Doing it pretty. See, these motherfuckers know how to police when they want to. Shame on these crooked ass cops. They're shooting us and everything we do is deadly force.
What's going on here?
Man, who the hell is that? They finna beat them. That's some illegal reinforcement. Oh man, this camera man is too sporadic, bro. You making them miss the action.
What's that?
Look, these motherfuckers, they looking for they looking to do this shit anywhere the National Guard ain't. See, around the National Guard, they just saying certain shit, but they mind their business.
Oh,
find these police, they crazy. I told y'all, man. They scared of them motherfuckers.
Oh, they're throwing bottles.
They smart. These some smart hooligans. They don't want to die.
Getting a little chaotic now.
See, and now we get a good look at this shit. See, shame on America. See, we get killed even trying to do this type of shit. The fucking security guard kill us, much less the police. We don't get options. These motherfuckers, they're the police. They going easy on them motherfucker illegal. That shit crazy, motherfucker. We watching. See, this is we stand at this with a whole different view, cause they damn sure. They were letting Carl Rittenhouse show up to wherever they see some black people trying to protest. Nigga, get him some kills. That shit crazy, man. But I want all hell to break loose. That's what I need. That's what we need. Fuck this shit, bro. They need to just fight it out. Yeah, man, this camera dude, bro, he fucking up. He missing all the good shit, man. It's crazy what we missing. I mean, you know, we appreciate it, but damn, bro. Yeah.
What's up?
They got popped.
Injury.
Yeah, it's real in the field, nigga. That's your war wound. You coming out here thinking it's a game, grandma. Oh
Injury,
shit,
blood.
for real. Yeah, the police shoot wood, but this ain't no game. You got a mask on, you yelling anti-American shit with the hooligans. Hell, you thought what this was? Woodstock, man? Say the motherfucking 60s, you get it out of here.
Have a bandana in your backpack?
Man, get that woman to some safety. Y'all, she's still in the line of fire, man. God damn, get Granny out of there, bro. I don't want, she protested on behalf of the illegals, but we don't want to get whacked. Damn.
Looks like we got some injuries out there.
Yeah, shit. They thought it was a game. The police got to stand up for it. The police smell like, oh, y'all think we some hoes? Yeah, they think y'all ain't about that life. They didn't do this shit with the motherfucking National Guard. As soon as they see some police, they start acting crazy again. Told you what I told y'all, they whooped the police last night and they try to go do it again. Police put some wooden pellets in their goddamn ass. These police got beat up last night. Yeah, the police got beat up last night. Yeah, so the people like, fuck though. Motherfucking National Guard looking pretty stiff. Hell yeah, they stiff. They'll lay your ass stiff. Your funeral will be in a couple days. So they're like, I told you. So like, we had enough of this. Let's go find the police to beat up on. Police said, oh, hell no, not today. They shot Granny. Like, boy, we ain't playing. Man, these little niggas on drugs. These people on drugs, bro. These motherfuckers still, like, they still stalking the police. They on psychedelics and shit. These ain't. Look at Anthony. Look at the old school motherfucker. These niggas in Vietnam War out there with these kids doing this shit. Why you should be ashamed of yourself?
That's crazy stuff.
Y'all seen that law? Ooh, that's what they get hit with. Ooh, shit, that ain't no lethal. Why you die from that? I seen them fire right at the ass. Man, they playing with their life. Get their eye knocked out or anything out there. We're gonna check that.
Robin, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. 5 members, new members of JLR Investigate, courtesy of Robin. Extra hammer. So now they're taking the streets all over the place. What's going to happen here? Where are they going? Large crowds all over the place. There's also a huge crowd around the corner.
Revolutionary salute to y'all's kids for the 10 gifted cult figure memberships to the House of Revolution. Revolution is real life. Absolutely appreciate the love. Queen, salute to you. Try to keep the membership. Help us keep the lights on. The House of Revolution. Salute.
All right, we turned it down a little bit so we could talk what's going on. Folks, we have all types of things going on in Los Angeles right now. And police are dispersing to different locations. And it looks like it's spreading out, which could be a very, very major concern here with what's going on. It seems like there's just people all over the streets. And they kind of left that ICE building or that federal detention center.
Salute, fella.
So I don't know where all the crowd is going to or what. But this definitely does not look like peaceful anymore at all. And I don't think it's been peaceful at all today.
National Guard now. Yeah, they beat up on the police last night. It's going to be a different story tonight, though.
Got sirens all over the place.
They might try it.
Chaos in the streets. Chaos in the streets. Standoff.
Oh, yeah, they'll fight them. Them in the black, they'll fight them. They ain't the National Guard or them. They ain't scared of them.
It's time to leave the area, guys. Let's go.
Telling them to leave the area.
They're running around with the Mexico flags and all that. See? Burning the U.S. flag. Okay.
Thank you. Todo esto por ustedes. Todo esto por ustedes. El muchacho no estaba haciendo nada. ¿Por qué lo detuvieron? El muchacho no hizo nada, solo quería cruzar. Ustedes comenzaron todo este desmadre. Nadie estaba haciendo nada. Ustedes comenzaron. ¿Por qué lo arrestaron? No estaba haciendo nada.
And agencies to take all
Felix has got his ass ready in there, Mr. I'm not really dressed.
Donald Trump has said once great American city, Los Angeles, has been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals. Now violent insurrection mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents to try to stop our deportation operations. But these lawless riots only strengthen our resolve. I am directing Kristi Noem, Secretary of State Pete Hegseth, and Attorney General Pam Bondi, in coordination with other relevant departments and agencies, to take all actions necessary to liberate Los Angeles from the migrant invasion and put an end to these migrant riots. Order will be restored. The illegals will be expelled and Los Angeles will be set free. He just put this out. Thank you for your attention. And look what's going on here. Whoa. They're throwing things at the Los Angeles police vehicle here. They're swarming it. Oh my goodness, folks. This is crazy. They just swarmed a vehicle. Look at this, folks. So this was like a police car. Look at this. There's stuff going on here all over the place on multiple locations throughout Los Angeles. But you heard the tweet by Trump, and he said that, they said they're going to liberate Los Angeles. Liberate Los Angeles. They were just throwing rocks at the police cruiser there. They had one, like, I don't know what's going on here, man. This is getting ugly fast in the streets, and we're putting on different feeds of what's going on. Are they going to bring in the military? I think they are. I really do think at this point they're bringing in the military. A once great city, Los Angeles, has been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals. This is coming from Trump.
They doing that to
now
the
violent.
Bro.
He calls them insurrectionist mobs are swarming and attacking our
the National Guard is protecting federal facilities. So if you go where the federal facilities at, you get fucked up by the National Guard. But if you wisely leave those areas, then you just got to deal with these police who are being told to stand down because the Democrats control, and that should be a shock to everybody. Democrats control the police department, but they've been gunning all them black people down and beating them and brutalizing them all those goddamn years. Figured it out. The Democrats control the Congress in California. They also control the governorship. They the governor. You see? And they saying this is like the Underground Railroad, the days of slavery. What a fucking joke. Mimicking and mocking our people, this nonsense. And they're backing this motherfucking shit. That's why the police, they can't do nothing. Because the Democrats are telling them not to do shit. The only people that can do something is the motherfucking U.S. National Guard, which Trump sent in.
Our federal agents to try to stop our deportation operations. But these lawless riots only strengthen our resolve. Look at this. They're probably going to damage this vehicle. Look at this. They're pushing the police. They're pushing the police. They're pushing the police. Look at this. This is crazy. The police are trying to hold the line. They're pushing the police back. The police don't got this under control at all right here. Look at that. They're pushing the police back. He said, I am directing Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and Attorney General Pam Bondi in coordination with other relevant departments and agencies to take all such action necessary to liberate Los Angeles from the migrant invasion and put an end to these migrant riots. Order will be restored. The illegals will be expelled and Los Angeles will be set free. Whoa. So it looks like we're in for a long haul here. Now, they just pushed the police back, but it looks like it's interesting. I think they pushed the police back and they're going back to the building. Looks like they've outnumbered the police in this particular thing. Now look at this. Look at this. It does look like police are kind of like retreating here. Look. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, he's pushing the guy back. This is crazy. It's getting out of control. I think the military's coming in, folks. I really do. He announced just less than a half hour ago that he's going to liberate Los Angeles from the migrant invasion. Are we talking martial law? What is going to happen here? He says he vows to restore order and liberate Los Angeles from illegal aliens, which has invaded and occupied a once, oh my goodness, look how many people are there. There's more people coming in. Whoa, what they did was they pushed the police back and now they're swarming this building again to go in front of the National Guard who's standing out there. But LAPD got pushed back.
Okay.
By the crowd.
Get to see
they pushed them out of the way.
We pushed the police out the way. Cool. We seen y'all do that. The police are being told to stand down. The National Guard is not being told to stand down. They're being told, Trump said it earlier, if you spit, we gonna hit. So you spit on the police, they're not doing shit. You spit on any of these deputies, they're gonna kick your ass. Or these National Guards, they're gonna kick your ass. So this whole crowd, let's go see. I don't know. I might be wrong. They might be finna brutalize the National Guard, beat them up. We might be finna see the National Guard get back down. Let's see.
You see what they just did? That one corner down there, they pushed the police back and allowed these people. And now this is over 1,000. Look at this. Holy smokes. Oh my goodness. We got the whole building surrounded. Oh my goodness.
They got the
wow. Look how many people are there now. They pushed the police back. There's thousands there at this point. Thousands. We got thousands. This is going to get pretty bad, folks, I believe. Whoa. Look how many people. They literally have the entire building, though, like the blocks around it surrounded. And Trump just put that tweet out. Whoa. This is crazy. So we got an aerial footage here. We'll continue to monitor from above here. Let me know what you think, everyone. But this crowd is growing. It's not going away. It's getting bigger. It's gotten bigger. And I think they're calling in more people. And I also think they're going to call in more law enforcement. We might literally see the military from Camp Pendleton, the Marines. Look at this.
Whatever. If you can't handle these National Guard, they ain't
oh my goodness, there's thousands. Thousands are out there.
Good. They ain't got no excuse now.
Thousands. Look at this. Holy smokes. The crowd is getting bigger. They're surrounding this entire building area. Holy smokes. Wow. Oh my goodness. This is a big, big deal, folks. You know, I thought that crowd was actually dispersing, but now, lo and behold, look, the situation is much worse. Much, much worse. And we got the president of the United States talking about he's going to liberate the city. That might have antagonized even more people. Yo, this is crazy. I'm losing my voice here. Yikes.
Yeah.
There's thousands.
I mean, this should
That's
get
thousands.
good. They always talking all that
Easy.
shit about us.
Easy.
This should get good then.
Look at that.
Yeah. Oh man, they got the National
Look at that.
Guard.
Look. Where are they going? Are they leaving? Oh, so the police now are trying to push them back.
Why didn't see these motherfuckers?
Away.
We watching. Y'all know.
The crowd's there. We'll see what happens here.
Don't even try it. You ain't even went toward the National Guard yet. It's the police and the black youth. See, this is the cowards. They scared of the National Guard. They looking at the police. Mexico, we taking over. Okay, you got to go this way to liberate your people. Those National Guard members, if you just get them out the way, you can go in the building and free your people. You said you hit them free. Come on, the whole world is watching. Y'all want some clout? Here it is. But if you don't do shit, then what was this all about?
I'm monitoring different feeds, but this definitely puts into perspective how large this crowd is. It's massive. We got a massive situation underway here. Thank you, extra hammer. Daisy girl, welcome to JLR Investigates. Thank you. Oh, look. Okay. So police now are pushing the crowd back. Will it work? How far are they going to push them back? Last night, they pushed them down to the end of the corner by that mocha, the thing that said mocha on the building. Look at this. Right now, the crowd has outnumbered law enforcement. But where's this going? It looks like police are trying to restore that block and trying to get everyone off that block away from this federal detention center. Look at this. This is crazy. I think both sides ain't playing around here. We'll see what happens out of this.
I know both sides ain't playing. I got to give the illegal. They beat the police up and stomped and made them run a little bit. So I give them a little credit for that.
Liberate Los Angeles. That's what the president of the United States said. What do we got? We got law enforcement who's coming in. Why is the traffic stopped? Yo, why was the traffic stopped right there? Did they block the freeway? It could be possibility that people went onto the freeway. That traffic was backed up. Look at this. Holy smokes. Now this is beyond I mean, you might still want to call this a protest, but man, this is getting really bad really quickly. Robin, welcome to JLR Investigates. Look, they got their hands up. We'll see what happens here. We will see what happens here. This is insane, folks. Oh my goodness. Look. All right. He literally said order will be restored. All right. So yeah, we got a major look, but the police are pushing them back. Police are actually pushing them back. And there might be people in the crowd says, move back, move back. They're going to go to that corner probably there and retake the block. Look how many people are here.
Yeah, and all them people
look at this.
Back. Let's see, what was it? What were you? They was yelling and hollering.
Right, people are out here. This is crazy. Look at this. Holy smokes, ladies and gentlemen. We are watching live Los Angeles, California, downtown, right by the Metropolitan Detention Center. Thousands are out there. Holy smokes. 535 Alameda Street. And they're being pushed down. They're going down to Temple Street. They're pushing them down to Temple, the corner of Temple. One block away from this federal building and Metropolitan Detention. Oh. Wow, look at this. Using sticks and batons. Oh, and they're throwing things. Oh, an officer just got hit with a stick. You saw that? They threw a sign and hit the officer. Oh, my goodness.
Okay.
They hit the officer with a sign.
Okay.
I saw it. It flung through the air.
They refused to go quietly into the night, huh?
All right. So this is really getting really. Look. Oh, my goodness, folks. Oh, look. They're throwing things. They're throwing confetti. They're throwing bottles. They got a Los Angeles. Look, they're throwing things. Whoa.
Oh,
they're
man,
throwing.
Being real
they
nice.
got a Los Angeles police officer there with a bullhorn. Look at this. Oh, he ripped the sign right from the protest.
They already
Look at this. They're wielding their stick.
Shooting them, everything. Anything you got in your hand look like a weapon. See?
Yo, it's about to get. They're gonna start shooting some stuff off. I suspect very, very shortly, any minute. We'll see. Holy smokes! This is history right here, folks. History in the making, going on right now.
Yeah,
look, smoke bomb.
This bastard nation. Why they treat
this is history right here in the making, in real time. Whoa. And the thing about it is everyone's like, they're in there. They're kenneled in there because of the right is the fencing and the train tracks. Holy smokes. Yo, look at this. They're packed in like sardines. That's a recipe for disaster. Stampedes. If they start shooting off the pepper spray, people could get there might be mass stampede here. Yo, this is thousands. This is thousands right here. Whoa. what is going to happen here. We are in real time watching this unfold. Unbelievable. And you can look in. Look, people are throwing things at the police. They're throwing things. And the police are trying to, look at that. They're firing right there, right in front of them. Like point blank range stuff. Crazy. It's been a long time since I've seen anything like this on this scale. Yo, I saw them literally launch that pepper tear gas point blank range. Push these people back. They look like they're starting to push forward. It's a tug of war. We're at a tug of war. Look at this. Look at that. Look, he's beating them. Look, batons. Whoa, look at this. Now it's getting
nice. Yeah,
crazy. Look. Holy smokes.
Yeah.
Look at that. They were shooting point blank range.
Yeah.
With the tear gas or whatever they
all
got.
that shit. The police getting heavy-handed.
Whoa.
And these motherfuckers, everybody got their phones out. What type
Holy moly.
What
folks.
type of illegal uprising is this?
And look, they got their vehicles behind them.
Everybody got their phone. This is a social media uprising.
They're trying to push this crowd back. This massive crowd. There's thousands there. Holy crazy. Look at that. Dude, I've seen every object being thrown here, including things that were put on fire. Never seen anything like this. Look. The center. Keep your eyes in the center. I mean, you can look at your eyes all over the place. Look. This is crazy. In real time.
Nah.
Never ever see anything like this,
bro. We show it way better than this. They can't say shit about our motherfucking.
Who knows what's being said around there right now?
This is disappointing. This is disappointing. They was all right. They had one day where they shined last night. 8 out of steam one night.
Crazy, absolutely crazy.
Them little YNs, they be out there 3-4 days setting Foot Lockers on fire. Day 5, nigga. This all y'all got.
And this it's interesting that the President of the United States tweeted this out a little after 5 p.m. And now it looks like law enforcement responding. Wow, look at that. What's going to happen here?
Nothing. They boxed in. They got trapped. Look.
Whoa.
What?
Look at that.
All he had was his
Somebody
flag.
got arrested.
Look,
arrested.
Man, see, the police got
he got arrested. He's being arrested.
Downhill now.
Look, they're dragging him.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. Look at that.
They dragging him.
They were dragging him on the ground.
Oh, what? That's the LAPD. What, man?
Whoa.
That's them being nice. That was them being nice to that man.
Holy moly. Yo, it's getting.
You want some clout?
I don't even know. I'm a loss of words.
They gonna cut him with $20,000.
Saying this is crazy because we've been saying this is crazy since last night. But this is like crazy on steroids. What's happening here? Look at this. Somebody's hurt. Somebody's on the ground. That's an officer. Officer hurt. No, who's that? No, that looks like a media guy. That's a media guy.
Huh?
Yeah, he got his camera.
What a revolutionary gun formation group. See, this is another thing.
Holy moly.
They don't have no revolutionary free Grandmaster J. Salute to the NFAC. They don't have no. They always talking shit. They don't have no motherfucker Panther, New Black Panther, Nation of Islam, no Hebrew, the Moors show up, the Pan-African, the Nile Valley brothers. They don't have nothing. Where are they? Where are they fucking gun formation? See, they laughed at us. They laughed when the NFAC went there, stood up for Brown Taylor, then one brother, a gun went off. Y'all remember that? Boy, the gun formation was so beautiful. Them brothers showing up out there. They were showing up all in Stone Mountain, Georgia. The unity. But look what happened to them. They getting their ass whooped. They getting back down. Oh, we don't have shit. I ain't see. Show me the video. That happened to our revolutionists. Huh? Please, like I said, when I said again, even our little YNs, the young YNs, they ride 4-5 days burning shit up. We don't like that type of shit. They be kicking ass. Come on, man. This is embarrassing. Y'all better keep y'all nose out of our motherfucking business. That's serious business. Because this is we watch, we stood aside and see, we're gonna let y'all do y'all motherfucking thing. Y'all getting beat. Y'all are weak.
Somebody got hurt there. That media guy.
Y'all probably gonna be singing We Shall Overcome next. Y'all still everything else, goddamn it.
And the other media journalists are helping. Look at this, clashing. Oh, they spray painted. They spray painted the car.
Fucking graffiti
the vehicle.
Artists. That's all they do.
Oh.
Y'all want to graffiti shit. They some taggers.
This is getting
what type of tagging revolution is this?
Crazy. All right, we're continuing to monitor this. This is an aerial shot of what's going on. JLR investigates Los Angeles, right outside the Metropolitan Detention Center. Oh, look, like they broke the line. Nope. I thought they broke the line. See, that's one thing I'm curious to know, if they break the line. If they break the line and they back, oh, look at this. They're firing off. All right, well, it looks like police are continuing to push them back. Wow, folks. Holy moly mackerel. This is absolutely bonkers.
They committed some terrorism in other places. Y'all say some cop cars burning stuff. Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure they hooligans are going to catch them slipping other places. But this was the frontline assault. This was the mano a mano, you know. And, you know, I'm not here to judge. But we see what we see. They get back down and beat.
Insane.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they catch them.
Look, somebody's on the ground.
And
right?
burning their cars.
What's that, blood?
They were doing last night.
What is happening? Somebody's hurt. Yeah, somebody's on the ground. Oh my goodness, somebody dead? What's going on?
We hope not.
They're stripping the clothes off this dude.
It's illegal, just arrest.
What is that?
Damn, they stripping.
What the heck is going on there?
They stripping their forces out there. Y'all ain't gonna get your party. Y'all
Numerous
leave party down
people are on the ground. I guess they're arrested, and they're still pushing.
Can't never leave a soldier on the battlefield, man.
What are we watching? What is that? Somebody with stilts? Somebody with stilts? What is that? Yo, they're stripping this something off the ground there. Yo. Insane. Barb RN, thank you. Thank you for the support. All right, they're pushing down to Temple. The intersection there is Temple. Will they get them down the Temple? They're trying to clear that entire block there from, what is it called, Aliso? East Aliso to Temple. Look at that. Wow, folks. Look at this. This is crazy. Holy, look how many people are there. Yo.
Come on, man. How many times
it's 6 p.m., so it's 3 o'clock there. It's 3 o'clock. Absolute chaos. Downtown Los Angeles.
Well,
what's happening here?
There's
a lot of people there. That's thousands
right now. So
thousands.
That's good.
Battling against what? About 50 officers, thousands. Officers got them pushed down. I don't know how much farther they're going to be able to push this group.
Look, see, these motherfuckers, out there Mexican flags. Cool, show love to your people. But you don't even want to go there. You don't even like. I don't like this type of bullshit. You don't even like Mexico. The fuck is all this about,
Because
bro?
this group could just start saying push, push, and we could have a crazy stampede. They're all kenneled in.
That's ridiculous.
Holy smokes.
That's ridiculous, bro.
Stand by. I'll be right back in about a minute. I gotta get some water from my throat. We are looking at live right now. Check it out.
And see, they really playing with fire, bro. They really playing with fire because that California, that Arizona, that New Mexico is old Mexico, nigga. That Nevada, that especially Texas is Texas, that still run deep in these people veins, bro. Like I say, you know, it wasn't. They just. It's a lot of people. They just woke up one day. Your ass was in America. It's like some of these border areas. No families ever moved, especially in Texas. No family ever moved. Just wars was lost, battle. You know, agreements was had and made, and the people still feel like that's all Mexico. They still feel like that right now. And they talking about that shit. Man. That's why this game, this dirty game that the Democrats
street not allowing access, and this
crowd
crowd is it looks like it's a little
it's a
thinner
dirty
than
game.
it was just about 10 minutes ago, which makes me curious about where the large bulk of this crowd has now gone. They've made their way back around towards City Hall. They're backing off in this general area. Yeah, they are spreading out a little bit in this area, but it looks like they're making their way back up Temple, possibly back towards City Hall. This is a volatile situation. It has been for about 72 hours now. It began on Friday with several ICE movements, raids they pulled off. This is on the other side of Alameda, back towards the 101, which for a short time was completely shut down. So this area around the entrance to the facility is now blocked off by the LAPD and had been guarded by National Guard troops. That is another topic of discussion, which we'll get to momentarily. But it began Friday night. There were ICE raids, some of them at Home Depot, taking day laborers into custody. The Trump administration says they were targeting gang members. They have not offered proof of how they determined who was a gang member, if the people they took into custody were indeed gang members. We have seen in the past mistaken identities, the Trump administration mistakenly taking people into custody, at one point mistakenly sending them out of country to max prisons in other nations. We saw several people sent mistakenly to a supermax prison in El Salvador, with the Trump administration promising they would never make it back to the United States. In one case, Kilmar Abrego Garcia was now brought back. He is on U.S. soil once again, but he is still in detention now. The Justice Department manufacturing some charges to put.
And that's disgusting. That's disgusting that they bring this guy up. I wasn't even paying attention to the clown until a couple of days ago, and now they talk about his charges. Shame on the fucking Democrats, man. These people is playing games, bringing this man up, making this man the poster. That's how they do the. They definitely done fucked up the image of people who is wrongfully shipped, because you done bragged about a human trafficker and a gun runner and a human smuggler, dope dealer, dope smuggler. Hey, the fuck you talking about? Bring him back. Yeah, now he got to serve all that time. And they say, okay, you serving all the time for human trafficking, drug running, kidnapping, all of that. And then they say you still gonna get the fuck out. See, the Democrats are stupid, bro. They don't really be thinking. They just got dumbass positions because they tired of us. Like Biden said, told the Congressional Black Caucus, if y'all want to get things done, y'all got to get with the Spanish-speaking population now. They're gonna be the minority for the Democrats.
Press against him that date back to actions from 2014. So we'll see how that plays out in the court of law, which is something a lot of these people were not afforded the right to. No due process, habeas corpus had been suspended as well. And so here we see more people gathered at different points of downtown. This is a large group that has now been broken up, splintered into separate factions in different locations, blocking several streets. And again, as we say, this is a tense, tenuous situation playing out, and we'll see how this goes as day will turn into night. We saw last night more problems on the streets of Los Angeles. Now, the federal agents, the federal troops who are here, the National Guard, they were federalized yesterday by President Trump. 2,000 soldiers from the California National Guard were taken over by the federal government. This is not an uncommon thing. This happens in past. It has happened in the past. We saw National Guard's troops helping out with the response to the wildfires. We saw them help out with the civil unrest in 2020. The difference in this instance is those were initiated by the governor of California. It is very rare and very controversial to see it happen without the request of the governor. In fact, in direct opposition to what the governor wanted to see happen here. Governor Newsom.
I'm glad they said that. You heard him? The California governor sent the National Guards on the 2020 protesters. What 2020 protesters? Oh, Black Lives Matter? Yep. You see, he done that. He sick the National Guards on the black protesters. They were getting out line. They was doing all kind of crazy. But he refused to call them right now. You see, when they new pet project, the illegals is out of control now. He didn't want to call the National Guard, so Trump did it. You see, the Democrats, they get exposed every day.
Newsom said last night this was not the right mission, this was not the right move, and said it was intentionally provocative to send National Guards members as federal agents onto the streets of Los Angeles. We have seen civil unrest play out since then. We saw the National Guards soldiers on scene here guarding this building today. They have not largely been involved in much of the confrontation, although earlier today we did see them form a line with riot shields, pushing those protesters back and initiating some confrontations there as we have seen that line approach, recede, and then approach the federal building throughout the afternoon. We do want to welcome in our law enforcement expert, Bill Thomas, who has helped us out so many times in situations like this. Bruce Thomas on the phone. And Bruce, what can you tell us about what you're seeing play out here? It looks like they have cleared out Alameda Street and are now gathering this crowd in the middle of Temple and Alameda.
Yeah, from Air 7 HD, what we're seeing is that they have created a operational area or a safe zone in front of the Metropolitan Detention Center and the federal building on Alameda. You know, maybe a Temple on the south end and, you know, First Street moving upwards. We are seeing the use of less lethal weaponry on the crowd, paintball rounds, stun bags, that kind of thing. Maybe even some Arwin rounds. You know, it's a huge crowd. It's just getting bigger.
Yeah, and when we see these officers firing projectiles at the feet of those demonstrators, what is that pepper spray or those flashbangs? What are they firing into this crowd? Can you tell?
Yeah, years ago, you know, paintball rounds. They have what's called a pepper ball round, and basically what it is it's pepper spray, basically oleocapsicum resin mixed in with talcum powder, if you can believe that. And then when they hit the ground, it disperses into a cloud of basic pepper spray. It's a very effective tool. And then they also have paintball rounds that they can mark individuals with. We saw some footage yesterday of a guy who was hit with a green round. They'll look for this person later on and then take them into custody. Interesting. That's a very interesting tactic, and we'll see if that's being used today. Is this live on the right? This is video. That's what I thought. Okay, so this is some of the video we have seen of those confrontations, the batons being swung. It's pretty incredible and surprising to me, Bruce. We see people take several blows from these batons, and they don't seem really too much worse for wear. These officers are swinging as hard as they can, and they are under attack. And very few people are really going down. It's a little surprising to me, at least, to see them take such abuse and still kind of remain there on the front lines. Yeah, sometimes protesters will wear multi-layered clothing to absorb the actual shock of the baton. What we're seeing is a lot of the federal protective police officers use what's called long sticks. LAPD, sheriffs, other agencies use what's known as a PR-24. It's a knock type of weapon where you can swing it, hook people up with it. So the long stick is, I don't think that's effective. Beat the shit out of them. That's great. Right. And by abuse, of course, I do not mean
Look at this. Look at this.
Unjustified. As we see people trying to block the path of LAPD cruisers. We have seen this play out several times in the last couple of days. There was video from Friday of a demonstrator being knocked over in the path of a federal vehicle. We saw yesterday folks trying to stop the path of a U.S. Marshal's bus. And that was a dangerous situation, and people standing now in the path of LAPD vehicles getting pushed back, intentionally provoking this officer to run them over, or at least push them back. And now shielded by the trees, we can't see exactly what is happening there. But this officer is not being deterred by people in their path trying to stop their
complete anarchy
ingress to this area. And so this is now over the 101. This is now back around on the top side, I believe, of that federal building, up the hill from Roybal, as we look down and still see traffic flowing on the 101. And they are, so we are live on the ground here as that cruiser is continuing to try and make their way slowly through this crowd. Again, this is a situation we've seen a lot of people come and break windows, shatter the windshield. We saw a large vehicle have their back windshield broken, shattered out just a little bit ago. That person knocked down by LAPD officers as these cruisers just continued to face constant harassment from these demonstrators who are on the scene for the third straight day. Bruce, I'm not sure how much you've been watching today, but I have seen a lot of restraint shown by these officers who could take a lot of people into custody, but haven't really seemed to at this point.
You hear that?
You know, at some point you do have to declare an unlawful assembly.
It is an unlawful assembly.
Everybody, remember, I go back and see them Black Lives Matter protests. They're taking everybody in motherfucking ass jail. Hollywood actors and rappers had to burn them out. That's serious business. Where is the mass arrest? Boy, this is stinking. This is a dirty motherfucking country. But it's the Democrats who doing it. The Democrats, Mayor Karen Bass and the fucking Gavin Newsom, is telling them officers to stand down.
At some point, this is just growing, and it's going to get worse as we come down into the sundown type of night. You're going to see a whole other different crowd that comes out. Mostly a lot of agitators who don't respect the free speech amendments that these protesters are obviously trying to do.
Yeah, we can see one person run off there. They were trying to block the path of that cruiser. As soon as officers on foot moved in, he took off and ran back into the crowd.
Okay,
so you see a lot of vehicles. Look at that one. That one has a cone stuck in the lights of that police cruiser. Someone had chucked that at the car, and it got wedged there at the roof, still driving away with that cone on top. So it is a dangerous thing to try and move through here. If you're an officer, I guess the next shift might be coming in, reinforcements being called in. And they are under assault as they make their way through this crowd.
The city has
trying
declared
to
an
take
unlawful assembly.
Amidst this very angry and animated crowd that is now making their way to different points. This is not one large crowd. It is several that has been now broken into several groups in and around the federal building and City Hall here in downtown Los Angeles. And so now they're making their way on some. Go ahead, Bruce.
Good now.
Oh, I'm sorry, Drew. I was just gonna interject. Yeah. You know, you've declared a citywide tactical alert with LAPD. There's only so many officers that are on duty.
Folks, they declared an unlawful assembly.
Stations, and they're not handling any routine calls. Priority calls only. Crimes in progress. And at some point, I believe LAPD is going to be overwhelmed. And you're going to see the National Guard.
We got to look into that, y'all, because we don't want to let that slip by. Because I figure we're going to find a bunch of crimes going on right now in the city of Los Angeles, and that's crazy. All our people are in danger because the police, they can't answer your call right now. Priority only. Only if you're dead. If there's a dead body yet. And maybe they can get to that in a few hours. But anything else, they can't get to you because of this. Man, the Democrats, do you see how we lose situation, bro?
Standing shoulder to shoulder with them, and I'm sure maybe Chief of LAPD, he has maybe reached out to the sheriff and asked for mutual aid.
Yeah, we've been waiting to see if unified command was going to be initiated here, especially with the National Guard. I have not heard that has happened as of yet. We do know that unlawful assembly has been declared, and so the LAPD is moving these folks out. But there are a lot of jurisdictions that could be in here working together, Bruce, under unified command. We could talk about the California Highway Patrol, the sheriffs, the police department, and now the feds, the National Guard who have been here. I'm not sure if you've heard about it. It seems to be a lot of different organizations working under separate leadership. I don't know what the coordination is like at this point. Maybe throughout the afternoon, it has gotten a little better, but I have not seen anything or heard anything to that extent about unified command and direct cooperation coordination.
Right, Joey, like we talked about earlier today, you have federal property that's governed by the Federal Protective Police. Then you have ICE, Homeland Security officers that will basically muster that. Then you have the streets surrounding it, which is LAPD. Then you have the freeway on and off ramps, which they're trying to get on. That's CHP. So then you still have the LA County Sheriffs and the National Guard kind of in reserve, waiting for them to be called.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, a lot of coordination, and it is tough. And we want to see this end peacefully, with no destruction of property, no injury.
No
and
destruction of
no more
property. There's
arrests.
already destruction of
Governor
property.
Newsom has just tweeted 7 minutes ago, writing, "I have formally requested the Trump administration rescind their unlawful deployment of troops in LA County and return them to my command. We didn't have a problem until Trump got involved. This is a serious breach of state sovereignty, inflaming tensions while pulling resources from where
This
they're
is
actually
crazy.
needed. Rescind the order, return control to California." So
The
now we have
the governor's not on board
a state,
with federal
California,
cooperation.
officially at odds with the federal government, as if we didn't know that before. But this is now a movement, a formal document. The governor has asked the federal government to rescind their deployment of California National Guard troops under federal command. The governor is asking for them to be returned to his command, and this is now a showdown, the likes of which I'm not sure this country has really ever seen before. I think back to the civil rights era.
I agree.
And
This might be the worst ever.
And John F. Kennedy ordering the federalization of troops to go against governors there who were not following the laws of the United States.
Trump just told him,
this compares
Trump
to
just
that.
told him nigga, he's finna liberate Los Angeles from them goddamn criminals and illegals. Then he got the nerve to tell Trump. And then see this way he messed up. I'm asking you. If you gotta ask him, then you already know the answer. Hell no, he's not sending the troops back. He's gonna get all of the troops, his motherfucking troops. Gavin Newsom walking on a thin ice right now. You should be helping to get this city back under control instead of going at the president.
Similarities, there are also some very distinct differences, Bruce. I'm not sure if you can weigh in on the history of this, but your reaction to hearing that the governor is asking for control back of his own California National Guard.
I've never heard
Joey,
that.
You're 100% correct. That's what Robert
There
Kennedy
are U.S.
did.
troops.
I'm sorry, John F. Kennedy did with civil rights when they were trying to integrate black students into white schools, and the states were saying no, and he said, okay, fine. I'll have the National Guard.
Trump is the commander
so we haven't
of
seen
any
anything
U.S.
like
forces.
this. And now to have the governor of California say, you know what? I want my troops back. I want my control, even though they've been federalized, is a huge quagmire.
Yes.
We'll see how this plays out. I know that the governor had he has been busy on social media today, responding to the Speaker of the House.
He told
Mike
the police
Johnson.
to stand down.
He also tweeted to the citizens
not
of
stand
California,
down, so he
said,
won't
"Don't
come back.
give Donald
So
Trump
all this
what he
bullshit
wants.
can happen.
Speak
These
up,
they new voters
stay
right here.
peaceful, stay
Democrats get
calm. Do
exposed
not
every day.
use violence and respect the law enforcement officers that are trying their best to keep the peace." So
Look
we
at
have
this.
some
What's
activity
going on
here
here?
live on the left from Air
What's
7,
this? It's
officers
chaos.
moving in, and anytime you see people scattering in a large crowd at this speed, it can be very dangerous. You see one person there just toppled over in the middle of the intersection. I don't know, are they chasing one person, or are they just looking to get a line across this intersection?
What the heck is going on here? They're trying to
Two more
retake
people
the streets.
hitting the ground. Again, the danger in a crowd when panic sets in cannot be overstated how dangerous these kinds of things can be. It looks like they are looking to take over this intersection. This is back at Roybal, I believe. Is this down the hill from Temple and Alameda? We're back at Roybal. And so this crowd being pushed back once again. Further on the right side is where we were before the intersection, and now we've kind of spun around our angle, and now they are the LAPD officers are trying to cordon off and and push this crowd away from the facility. I don't know where they want them to go. The unlawful assembly order has been given, so this crowd is in direct violation of that order. Obviously, too many to start taking them into custody, but something will happen. We see a detainee there on the right, someone who has several of them. I believe that's the woman who was being dragged down the street,
Y'all never done
trying
that shit
to
with the
use her body as dead weight to make it difficult to take her away. We have seen a bit of a back and forth, too, throughout all this, with the President of the United States posting to his social media outlet, Truth Social, where he rather oddly last night thanked the National Guard for maintaining the peace and order in Los Angeles. Those troops had not been deployed at that point, so there was some question as to what exactly he was talking about, because that did not happen last night. We have seen them on the ground today, but Donald Trump, the President of the United States, posting about an hour ago to his social media outlet, Truth Social, writing, a once great American city, Los Angeles, has been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals. Now, violent insurrectionist mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents to try and stop our deportation operations. But these lawless riots only strengthen our resolve. The president continuing, I am directing Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, Secretary of Defense.
It just didn't start. The illegals been taking over Los Angeles for a long time. They've been anybody who's been staying in Los Angeles know that people, foreigners, been moving into their neighborhoods. Yeah. Oh yes, they've been doing this. They've been coming into our neighborhoods, and they've been doing it on purpose. Listen, you're living in a time right now where the Democrats was just shipping illegals into Chicago, into New York, and all hell broke loose. Those blue sections was flipping red all over that issue, where they've been doing that bullshit to Los Angeles for decades. For decades. Everybody know that shit. That's the ugly motherfucking truth.
Pete Hegseth and Attorney General Pam Bondi, in coordination with all other relevant departments and agencies, to take all such action necessary to liberate Los Angeles from the migrant invasion and put an end to these migrant riots. Order will be restored, the president writing. The illegals will be expelled and Los Angeles will be set free. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So obviously some provocation here from the president in several facets, as we see, here we go. Those demonstrators
they're taking the highway.
The ramp and
onto taking the highway.
Freeway. This is, I think, a concern that we've seen earlier. The freeway had been shut down.
They're taking over the freeway.
And it is now being shut down by the other side.
They shut it down.
Are on the surface of the southbound
unbelievable, folks.
And blocking traffic.
People trying to get home, get to work, get to the hospital.
Go ahead, Bruce.
All that type of shit.
What I was going to say is, look at the drain on the law enforcement resources. CHP has maybe 3 or 4 vehicles with personnel. Now they have to call the troops in from all the outlining areas, and maybe even Orange County, Kern County, wherever they have other officers. And we, the people, are not going to have the services of law enforcement that we would expect. LAPD's on tactical alert. There are no extra officers. CHP will be on tactical alert. There are none. And that's the sad part of this.
Yeah, I don't want to alarm everybody, but the way you describe it, people should maybe lock their doors at this point, because if something happens and you want a police officer to come to your rescue, it's going to be very difficult to get them to your location, because there's such a concentration of forces here in downtown.
How is LAPD going to get these people off the freeway when they have all their resources are allocated all over the place?
The police are not going to respond.
It's going to be a traffic backup nightmare.
Complaint,
stay out of Los Angeles.
Complaints around town for years about the time it takes for the LAPD 911 calls to be answered and officers to be deployed and responding to calls. Well, the federal government had a similar complaint last night, saying they requested backup from the LAPD.
Police are just letting them go onto the freeway. They have no choice.
Says it took less than an hour, because it's not an easy thing to gather troops for a situation like this at the drop of a hat. You don't have people sitting around in riot gear ready for a large crowd demonstrating on the streets like this. It takes some time. It also takes some time to come up with a plan. And again, that's what we were talking about, Bruce, the lack of unified command, the lack of coordination between the federal government and local law enforcement. This takes time, and it took the LAPD a bit of time last night to coordinate and get things into place.
Yeah, and as we see from Air 7 HD, they're allowing them to walk on the freeway. CHP does not have the manpower to stop them from doing this.
They don't have the
So now we're
resources.
going to block the freeway for a couple hours, and they amass the personnel to even open up the
Couple
freeway.
hours, they could be there forever.
It's a huge waiting game.
Yeah. I always feel for those people first in line.
They're shutting the
They were
city
so
down.
close to making it through, and now they're stuck there. You hope it's not an urgent situation.
That's
Everyone
not
needs to
funny.
get home. Obviously, people have lives, people have families. They need to get home to their kids. They need to get to work. They need to get home. Perhaps someone's having some kind of an emergency of some sort, and we see some of the drivers now exiting their vehicles.
Oh, man, they're probably going to
We
take
have
over the
seen
other side,
times,
too.
people trying to plead with demonstrators to let them through. They need to get through it. It's a tough sell once the crowd, the mob has kind of set themselves in place. So here we are. I believe that's the southbound 101
I think the
freeway
military's
is shut down.
coming.
Demonstrators are on the roadway surface. The northbound still seems to be making its way through, though certainly not at speed. And as we pan up, we see large crowds gathered at the top of that off-ramp. This started back at the Roybal Detention Center. People have been gathered there since this morning. There was a separate second demonstration that began at 2 o'clock outside City Hall. That was an entirely different operation, a different demonstration, but at some point it looked like the two demonstrations merged. I think the 1,000 or so people that were gathered at City Hall made their way down to the federal building and have now joined this crowd, and there has been unrest ever since. Authorities have since shut down Alameda. That is where all those cars, those police cars, are parked outside the entrance to the federal building. Here we are at the 101 freeway. It's actually the opposite side of where that large group at Temple and Alameda had been cordoned off, and they may have made their way back around up the other side of Roybal and made their way here to the 101 freeway. Again, this is not a new thing for Los Angeles. Pretty much anytime we see a large demonstration in downtown LA, it makes its way onto the freeway for those large gatherings. I believe maybe, like things like the Women's March excluded. That has not happened from any of those. But these large demonstrations, more people making their way down the on-ramp here, and law enforcement, hands on hips, Bruce. There's not a whole lot they can do. They are outnumbered. They don't want to start a riot when they're facing these kind of numbers. And at this point, just kind of watching and letting things play out.
Yeah, that's all you can do. You can hold your skirmish line, protect the areas, the geographic area that you want to protect. In this case, the federal building, the Metropolitan Detention Center. But for the most part, you can't go into the crowd and push them back any further. You're just outnumbered by so much. The other thing, too, is if you'll notice in some of the shots, you'll see people with green hats. Those are ACLU lawyers and or personnel, and they're monitoring everything that's happening for everyone's rights.
Yeah, and we certainly know that this city is facing a massive budget shortfall. A lot of that has been from payouts for situations where city officials have not been handling themselves correctly, be it police or otherwise. And again, that's something that has to be thought about as these law enforcement officers play out the execution of their duties here. Again, you have lawyers, you have cameras, you have people watching, and if something goes south, people will make sure that they are held accountable for actions here. I do know that ABC's Matt Gutman is on the ground has been covering this. We have been waiting to go to a report from him. Okay, that is the ABC News camera on the right.
Oh, they blocked both sides of the highway. That's it. It's over. They blocked both sides.
So we will hold off on that and continue to watch.
They blocked both sides of the highway.
Out here, that large crowd. You can see the overpass of the 101 is lined with people watching. The
101,
the northbound side is now shut down as well. Demonstrators hopped the barrier and have now breached the northbound side, which is left passage through downtown Los Angeles in both directions, impassable. The 101 is now shut down. We can see Matt Gutman reporting there on the right side. Here's another ground level camera, and you see that cameraman.
It says chaos.
Same with our cameraman as well. Camera operators, they are in the thick of things, to bring us these shots. It is not an easy job, and we thank them for putting themselves
Who
in
is
this
this person
situation
arrested?
because it is not easy. The gas-filled air that the demonstrators are breathing, they are breathing as well. That photographer is now down. I can't imagine they're going to let, yeah, that is just too close. And they got that person out of there. But again, this line is being held outside the detention facility. This line now on the freeway has now stopped traffic in both directions on the 101. Bottles and other projectiles are continuing to be thrown at these officers, and they continue to send non-lethal rounds into this crowd to try and break it up, back it up, and calm things down. That is not happening at this hour. We will see how this plays out again. Day 3 of demonstration and unrest in downtown Los Angeles. This is the 3rd day we've seen it happen at the Roybal Detention Facility, the federal building in downtown LA. Yesterday, we saw unrest in the cities of Paramount and Compton. That began outside a Home Depot and a DHS facility where a crowd had gathered protesting actions of DHS and the Trump administration. That bled over across the river, across the 710 freeway into Compton, where a car was lit on fire, windows were broken out, law enforcement and fire officials were under assault from thrown projectiles as well. And that finally was broken up throughout the night. But it was not an easy task, and it was a long and violent night in certain situations. Here come 2 LAPD, I believe, cruisers down the ramp. 3 cruisers now down the ramp, and we will see their reception. It is not going to be pleasant. Projectiles being thrown at their
throwing
vehicles
stuff
as
at
they
the
pass.
vehicles.
It
is anarchy. Complete
are they
anarchy.
going onto the freeway? Let's see if we can see from Air 7. Can we pick up those 3 cruisers that just made their way onto the freeway? Which side did that happen on? I believe it was coming down that ramp right there. They would be to the left. They should be towards the left onto the road surface.
There's reports that 2 police cars are on fire. They set 2 police cars on fire.
Maybe they're underneath. I'm not sure where they have gone, but at some point, Bruce, they are going to look to take control again of the 101 freeway, and it is going to be a difficult task to do that. Those could be those cruisers. I'm not sure. Those look a little larger. But Bruce, how do you regain control of the 101 freeway after a scene like this is playing out?
Well, Jory, you got a huge problem. Those were 3 CHV cruisers that were at the top of the ramp, but you've got hundreds of vehicles that are just stuck there. So to get resources to the problem is going to be a whole nother matter. You're going to see CHP mustering miles and miles away, and then they're going to have to come on the wrong side of the freeway, and they're going to have to take control of this. But it's going to take hundreds of officers, and that takes time. And meanwhile, you've got the freeway shut down, at least in the south end, and probably the north end.
And here we go. We see some officers on foot now making their way through the cars that have been backed up, and they are headed towards the front line of this to try and get people. You see one person clapping. I thought for a moment they might have been clapping at the officers moving in to clear this up, but it is I think they might be clapping with the demonstrators. And was that bottle just thrown from the car?
That's crazy.
Okay. So I think the northbound side is back open again. Cars seem to be moving at speed. I'm not sure how that cleared off like that, but the 101 north is open, at least a lane or two. The southbound side is completely shut down, and we'll see once those officers on foot reach the front of these cars, and now they are allowing cars to go through single file here. Is that an officer directing traffic, or is that a demonstrator? I think that might just be a demonstrator who are now trying to get these cars out of there. I think they want to free people up and just take over the entire freeway, maybe on foot, and clear out these cars. That's an interesting one. Bruce, I've never seen that before.
I have not seen that before, too, but I'm sure there are leaders in the group who don't want to inconvenience motorists, and they're like, hey, at least open up one lane. Let's get these cars out of here, and then we can shut down the freeway.
Yeah, oftentimes the point of this is civil unrest, to block the everyday execution of life in a city like this. That doesn't seem to be the case. It looks like they are going to allow these cars to clear out, and police are now going to stop those cars. They probably want some space to deal with here, Bruce, I'm guessing, just to let the cars in front of them move out and then give them some free space to move in on these demonstrators?
Yeah, they're formulating a plan on what to do. If they can keep one lane, at least 2 lanes open, push the demonstrators off to the side. It's a win-win for everybody. They get their civil unrest notifications. LAPD gets the freeway open as CHP does, and the motorists are moving on their way.
Yeah, and once again, we feel sorry for that front line, those last cars who thought they were going to make it out of here, and now once again have to stop. I think if we can pan over to the left, are these cars that are backed up? They're all making their way out of there. Yeah. Okay. So they're siphoning down to a single. Nope, they've been stopped once again. So whoever's idea it was to let them through has been overruled, it looks like, and now they are being stopped by more demonstrators who are not allowing these cars to get through and out of there. And now there is a discussion between the demonstrators, and they are once again being allowed to move through and out. So it's never a single mindset in a crowd like this, but these folks are being allowed to move out and off of the 101 freeway, get out of this little logjam. That is not everybody who is stuck. That is just the front, maybe 20 or 30 cars who are. Some of them are being allowed and some of them are not. It looks like some decision making to go in the crowd there. We will see how this plays out. There is a group of officers just behind these cars who are going to, I think, wait until the cars that are being allowed to clear the way off the freeway, and then we will see how they plan to get these demonstrators off the surface of the 101 freeway, because they have now shut down traffic for some time now, and those officers now headed the other way. Curious to see what the plan is going to be, Bruce. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, you know, Jory, one of the things that always is mind-boggling to me is with the advent of social media, I'm hoping they're putting out things, stay away from the Hollywood freeway, stay away from Alameda, stay away from downtown LA. I would hope this is happening, but yet we see hundreds of cars driving down the street.
Yeah. Hopefully traffic apps can help people as well, that you do not want to go through this area. If you can avoid downtown surface streets and the freeway, avoid it if you can, because it is going to be a slog to get through, and it's going to take some time.
Look
Back
at
at
that.
the Roybal, this is the intersection of Temple and Alameda. The crowd continues to
Look
be
at a
in the
bike
midst of
down
this,
there on the ground.
in the
This
middle
is
of this
crazy.
intersection. We do see that bike. I think there were two motorcycles down on the line. That one remains down on the ground. I think they tried to drag one away. I did not see how these vehicles made their way into this position, but that is a motorcycle. Bruce, I don't think that's a law enforcement motorcycle, right? That's not CHP.
It was somebody's personal bike.
Yeah.
They took the driver into custody and the bike was left there.
Right. So now we see Alameda is blocked off if you're coming towards the view of this camera. Temple is blocked off to the left. And then if you travel up, Alameda is where the view from Air 7 is now looking, the overpass of the 101 freeway. I don't see those officers on foot on the freeway as of right now, but it looks like traffic is still being held up. So the last few vehicles who were stuck in that little group are now making their way through, and we will see what happens. We do want to bring into this discussion Gabe Santos, who is in Air 7 overhead. We now have two eyes in the sky on either side of your screen here, looking at two different locations, one at the 101 freeway, one back at the Federal building. Gabe, what are you seeing right now?
Well, Jory, we're just getting overhead back on the freeway side, and I've been watching the pictures from our second Air 7 along with you guys, but also monitoring the radio traffic from LAPD and CHP. We have quite a multi-pronged situation here. You have the skirmish line near the Federal building that LAPD has been working, and you have the situation on the freeway, which now CHP is getting involved in, and CHP is helping out with, because you have this crowd on the freeway, on the, I believe those are the southbound.
You're walking on the freeway.
Southbound lanes of the 101, and you have this large crowd now on the freeway. In total, LAPD is saying that at least the immediate size of the crowd here is about 3,000 people. So you have that situation. And if Rob whites out the shot and goes to Alameda and Temple a little further down, that's where our other news.
Okay, so we shift feeds here. Look at this.
You gotta have a face mask on.
And a lot of protesters cleared out when they saw that first flow of CHP officers come through and approach them. And then we've kind of lost sight of them. I'm not sure if they're under the bridge or if they have. We're going to do a orbit here in Air 7 HD and actually look for where that crowd of that initial first push of CHP officers went to see where they have ended up now or if they've actually retreated. So we're going to look for them. And we're going to monitor what happens here now that this protest has made its way onto the 101 freeway near Alameda.
Yeah, I saw those officers clearing the motorcycles. I wonder if we can go back and check our tapes to see if we got the incident itself of how those bikes made their way into that situation. Because again, as Gabe just said, there are reports that officers were injured in that incident, driving those motorcycles into the skirmish lines with those LAPD law enforcement officers. And so we'll wait and work to see if we have that. Again, this is all playing out as there is a battle brewing between the state governor of California and the president of the United States. Last night, President Trump federalized 2,000 members of the California National Guard. Today, the governor sent official notice that he wants to regain control of those soldiers. So there is now a direct confrontation between the state and the federal government. That, I think, is rather unusual. I'm not sure something like that has ever played out, although our history is deep here in America, and it certainly could have happened. We referenced the civil rights era when John F. Kennedy had to federalize troops to go into the South with governors there, George Wallace and others who were not following federal law. But I don't know if it's played out exactly in the way that we have seen here at the direct opposition of a governor. We will see what happens with that request. As we approach the top of the hour, we want to reset here. You're watching Eyewitness News here on ABC7. We were scheduled to finish our broadcast at 4 o'clock, but situation on the ground in downtown Los Angeles has warranted our continuing coverage of unrest in downtown LA. This is day number 3 of civil unrest, protest, demonstration, and confrontation between those demonstrators and members of the federal government and local law enforcement who have taken to the streets in direct opposition to ICE raids and the handling of immigrants by the Trump administration. We are going to stay with you on air here for the time being to see how this plays out, but demonstrators are now on the 101 freeway. That's the shot from Air 7. On the left side of your screen is the southbound side of the 101, taken over by demonstrators on the road surface. The right side is the 101 northbound, which is once again flowing. It had been shut down several times this afternoon, but the northbound side is moving again. It looks like at the top, there might be some cars who are working to turn around. I saw some vehicles facing kind of sideways on the 101 a little further. This is an overpass overlooking all of this where a large crowd has gathered. There have been several focal points today, one outside the federal building where we have seen confrontation and unrest for the last 2 days here in LA. At the Roybal Federal Detention Facility, there was confrontation yet again today, this time for the first time with National Guard soldiers guarding the entrance to the facility, at one point with riot shields in place, pushing that crowd back. LAPD officers were called in, and they have now cleared that section of Alameda from the opening, the entrance to the detention facility.
They took the entire freeway over.
Has been cordoned off to the intersection of Temple and Alameda. This is another large crowd that is on the overpass looking over the 101 freeway as they see demonstrators down on the road surface below. Things have been tense. We saw large demonstrations yesterday as well in the cities of Paramount and Compton, and again last night at the detention facility at the entrance, though things were a bit calmer for a time period. On the right, we see more people making their way down the on-ramp and onto the surface of the 101 freeway. We've been waiting to see how the LAPD, how the CHP plans to handle this situation. As of right now, it looks like the demonstrators pretty much have free reign on the southbound side, being left unchecked and gathering, their numbers now growing on the surface. And we see a large crowd up above and around watching what happens. This is not a first for downtown Los Angeles. This happens actually rather frequently. When we see a large demonstration of this size and intensity, they often make their way onto the 101, and it has happened yet again today. At the bottom of your screen, you can see the roof of City Hall. That is where another demonstration began at 2 o'clock today. We saw 1,000 people gathered in Gloria Molina Grand Park and the street passing through there. They made their way down the street 2 blocks to the Federal Center, where they joined the other crowd demonstrating there. Our focal point, you can use that building under construction as a reference point. This is Temple and Alameda here. The crowd has still maintained their presence with that line of officers who have now blocked off both Temple and Alameda, heading back up towards the Federal building. We will see how this plays out. We have cameras on the ground as well as 2 in the air. There is the motorcycle in question. Gabe Santos, who is in Air 7, which we'll go back to in just momentarily, has said that he heard that 2 officers were injured due to that motorcycle, and a second, which has subsequently been dragged from the scene. It might still be somewhere out there. Gabe, I'm not sure if you can have eyes on it, if that is the bike in question, but there were 2 and officers were injured.
Yeah, Jory, it was those 2 bikes that we were just looking at. Efforts to clear the protesters off the 101 freeway. So unknown how much longer the 101 freeway will be closed, probably for another few minutes as CHP maybe gets these people further up the off-ramp and completely onto the ramp. And this may, you see another person taken into custody there as a couple things are thrown at officers, and that person may be getting a little too pushy with the officers. That's that person earlier with the green cap with the American flag. So one person being taken into custody there, a little scuffle happening a little further up the ramp here. And in situations like these where you see projectiles being thrown at officers and things being thrown around, sometimes you see those smoke grenades being thrown out by these CHP officers because they have those at the ready to forcefully push these crowds back as you see things get a little bit pushy, a little bit tense.
Okay, here we have Ellie
Mayor. Oh, we got the mayor.
We'll continue
we got the mayor.
We'll cover this on streaming.
To protest, that's their First Amendment right. But people should also exercise that right peacefully. We do not want to play into the administration's hands. We're working with officials, we're organizing resources, but what we're seeing in Los Angeles is chaos that is provoked by the administration. When you raid Home Depot and workplaces, when you tear parents and children apart, and when you run armored caravans through our streets, you cause fear and you cause panic. And deploying federalized troops is a dangerous escalation, but we need to be real about this. This is about another agenda. It's not about public safety. There's clearly no plan, and there is clearly no policy.
Oh, she's calling out the government.
Los Angeles to know that we stand with all Angelenos, no matter where you were born. The First Amendment right gives you the ability, again, to protest peacefully, but it does not give you the right to be violent, to create chaos, or to vandalize property, and that will not be tolerated. So I call on all Angelenos to continue expressing your right, your anger, your outrage, but to do it peacefully. And I just have to say that all of you were there Friday. Everybody knows what happened Friday. A workplace, several workplaces were targeted and raids took place. Now, in the beginning, the administration said they were just looking for dangerous felons, violent people. It's hard to say that that's what they found at a workplace or in a Home Depot parking lot. When this happens, it terrifies people. It sends a sense of fear and chaos in our city. And you well remember a few years ago in the last administration that kids were afraid to go to school. Parents were afraid to go to work. This impacts all of our city. You can't terrify the workforce, and then expect for people to get the jobs done. So if you think about a father that went into a factory and now his family doesn't know where he is, the detainees have not been allowed to speak to legal counsel. That is a marked departure from what has happened in the past. When you think of a mother that might be working in a household, taking care of children on another side of town, that impacts that family as well as her family. And so this is something that I think should not be happening in our city. And I join with the governor.
Oh, lady, why did y'all deny reparations around here?
The order to federalize the National Guard and allow the National Guard to come
a lot of racism
of the governor. So
from the Spanish
with that,
members of
we can open it up for questions.
Council. I ain't forgot about
yes.
They didn't give a damn about blacks. They talking about it on audio, got caught, had to step down, several members.
Right.
And they just denied reparations.
Right.
See, we don't have time for the BS. But this lady needs to step down. She ain't had this much vigor and fight for us, goddamn.
Sure. Well, I think that
she was down with
basically
the
they were
anarchists.
overrun. But what is happening
Black
now
Lives
is
Matter.
that the freeway is cleared. The California Highway Patrol, as you know, is in charge
Antifa
of the
motherfuckers.
freeways. So they have moved all of the protesters back. They still might be there, but they are beginning to be dispersed. But LAPD is on the perimeter, so LAP is actively involved.
No,
We know that
LAPD
there
got beat,
were
attacked,
hundreds of
assault.
protesters
You don't
on
give
the
a damn about
freeway
that.
and thousands of protesters off the freeway. So there is a joint collaboration going with the CHP, the LAPD, and then frankly, the National Guard. But you also know that the National Guard is deployed to protect federal property. So there is a National Guard troops in Westwood at the federal building and also here downtown.
Check that out. We gonna go to the live footage from the hooligans. It's some wild footage we gonna look at.
No, my disappointment is I've been talking to
We gonna see
the federal government for days. I was hoping to prevent this situation from happening. I was trying to encourage the administration that if they deployed the National Guard in Los Angeles, it would create a sense of chaos. It's the last thing
Damn,
our
y'all
city
already
needs.
did it in
Our city
2020.
is still trying to
Black Lives
recover
Matter.
from the
Like,
wildfires. And you just think about how so many people were impacted by that. And that's an example of where the administration was helpful. And to go from that situation to where we are now is just really tragic. And I think it's so unfortunate. It's the last thing Los Angeles needs.
When you say you reached out to the federal government, you have to.
We are listening to
No, I
LA
did
Mayor
not.
Karen Bass address her city amidst unrest in Los Angeles. If you're continuing on ABC7 on air, we will switch things over to the NBA Finals Game 2 between
Safety of
I'm gonna take it back to where it's getting good on this channel right here. Our brother told us to check out because see, we get an inside look. Is this a peaceful protest of patriotic Americans or anarchists, vigilantes, hooligans, illegal? You know, and the hooligans, the anarchists, those could be Americans. You see what I'm saying? These ain't all illegals, but it's a bunch. It definitely is some illegals in this motherfucking crowd doing criminalistic shit now. But it's also hooligans, anarchists.
God damn, I seen the earplug too, man. That shit getting fucking close to my ear.
Hell yeah, my ear.
Oh, you heard it too?
Yes.
Hey, my shit's ringing.
Mine too.
Yeah.
Look, he's still sitting there. I respect that shit.
Maybe they have the earplug. They might have the earplug. Dude, that felt like that shit was like 6 feet away from my ear. Oh my god, dude. I lost fucking hearing in my left ear. Hey, so if you're just getting here, these are the burnt Waymos right here. What do you guys think about the burning cars? You guys do a little interview or no?
Yeah.
We're live, yeah? What do you guys think of all this? What's happening out here?
All for a good cause, you know? It's just doing too much shopping. It's like, man, we got families that work real hard to be here, you know? Harder than most of the motherfuckers that do. You know? Just us, you know?
But do you think all this like destruction and stuff is justified out here? Or?
To be honest, I think it's deserved. So the way we can get their attention, I guess this is the way we're gonna get it. You know, I know it's not right what they're doing, but everybody's pissed off. You know, everybody's mad. We got all our families. You know, who work hard. We all deserve to be here.
Have you had any family members deported, or are you at risk? You have?
I have. It's a domino effect, and it sucks. You know.
How does it affect the families?
It's affect the family a lot, you know. Everybody wants to, you know, bring them back. Everybody's scared. Everybody's, you know, we gotta watch what we're doing. It shouldn't be like that. It really shouldn't, you know. We got little kids that, you know, don't want to make it out here, and they can't because of what? But because we're.
All right, thank you. Huh? So we're on Los Angeles Street, next to Olvera Street, next to the 101, Arcadia Street. Yeah. Near Arcadia Street, and they burned 5 Waymos here. 1, 2, 3, 4,
crazy setup.
5. It's just a stabilizer and a little DJI.
Sick.
Oh, you want to get a shout out? Are you live or what?
No, I just.
Oh.
What's up, man?
You have a channel where you post your stuff?
Man.
Huh?
God bless America.
God bless America. Hopefully it doesn't burn down. Olvera Street is right there. That's where the plaza is. Right there. And Union Station, if you guys know the area, is over here behind these trees. So because of the batteries, these shits burn so hot that look like almost nothing is left of these cars. The tires are going to pop or the battery's going to explode right now.
Yeah, I want to, but it's so fucking hard. Hurry up!
All right, we're gonna move on. It looks like something's happened over here. We got a commotion over here. Looks like the crowd is turning on somebody or a woman. It looks like they threw something on her. I don't think it's mace because she's not like right for the eyes, but ketchup. A little ketchup. I think they threw ketchup on her. She's spitting at the crowd.
Hey, chill, lady. Hey, chill, bro. Hey, just leave, dog. Just leave. Hey, y'all chill with me.
She needs to get out of here, man. It's too dangerous. Just go. Go home.
Can't do that on me, man. Get out of here. Go.
Chino, la verga, güey!
Fuck you, bitch!
Fuck you, hoe! Calling our culture bullshit! Fuck that bitch!
Shawty bag, go home! Fuck that shit! Fuck you, shawty bag, go home!
I don't know what she's thinking, man. She needs to get out of here, bro. It's too dangerous. This ain't the place to fight this fight.
Male show with this kick plain cheese mode, macho, no fries. What type of energy? I respect YouTube community guidelines. Love who you love. You know, we not discriminating over here at Conflict TV News. But they beating the women. You know, you gotta be macho. You gotta be a macho man to be in this shit. Oh,
Exactly! Why would you think I would show up out here? Why would you think I would show up out here? I wouldn't be showing my face out here if I wasn't gonna get it fucked up, bro. Straight up, bro. This motherfucking treat, bro. I'm doing some crime to get everybody caught up, bro. That's why everybody's getting deported.
You see what you're saying?
That's true. That's the fucking truth, bro. I'm not trying to put fuck that bitch up.
Fuck that bitch. Somebody say, excuse my language for the kids. They say, fuck that bitch up. What? I thought you was here because somebody got deported illegal. So this is see, inside scoop. What's really going on? Boots on the ground. They are all out here just committing anarchy. So many people don't have no idea what happened. They just like, what? Okay, let's go and tear shit up. You see? They don't have no, man, this is crazy. This is historical. And see, Gavin Newsom is defending this. Karen Bass, your ass needs to step down. This is her side right here. These motherfuckers right here is on their side. They finished. That's their political career. Once this breaking footage come out, that bitch up. These they protesters talking about fuck that bitch up. What kind of a lynch mob is this? Man, bro, I know what they really trying to do that lady. Fucking pervert. I don't know which way they go. But did she not agree? Did she say no mean no? Some of these motherfucking protesters, they got no mean no. She told one of these perverts, no, they want to be. They want to be. Oh, you down with the Republicans?
Beat her!
Crazy. Murder. Murder. What the? Oh, evidence, your honor. Lord have mercy. Can I play this? Oh man, I'm gonna get struck. Oh Lord have mercy. This is some good footage. I don't know if I can keep it. I don't know if I can keep no murder on my channel. These people talk murder or whatever they're saying. It sounds like murder. I know this is a hate crowd. I know that. Look how quick they man. Where that boy? Where my boy went to? You still in here, boy? You were fighting hard. This here is the crowd that's saying they've been unfairly treated. What? Look how y'all just did that lady. Hell no, I cannot take y'all serious. No. Y'all finna murder this lady for no reason at all. Just because no mean no. Pervert ass crowd.
Fucking smoke
They be, hold on, y'all. Nigga, y'all know you can't do. You can't be bullying people like this. No motherfucking money. These people crazy motherfucker. They threw that whole little case out the window. Y'all, not only y'all last night, alone is the deportation. The deportation gonna continue of the illegals. Nobody that's here legally, hard working, you can stay. You work where you work your way here. Hey, you know, they still know us, but we ain't around here trying to pick a fight with you. You ain't a racist bastard. But all these people, they gripe no longer valid, bro. Look at what they did to this. She amongst them. I definitely don't trust her. Come on.
Yo, she needs to get out of here, man. Look at this fucking crowd around there, man. It's crazy. Someone needs to escort her out of here, man, before they already threw a bottle at her.
You can't do that in this ain't no India. This ain't Pakistan or wherever else. You can't be surrounding women and I know that shit go on mobs. You can't stone her. You can't revenge kill her over honor. She disagreed with your uprising. The hell, it's rules and regulations here in America. You can't do that type of shit.
I mean, a lot of people are just like streamers or stringers in media. You already see one bottle got launched already, dude. We need to get her out of here before she gets ugly. Uglier than that already is.
It's a tie-off.
Quiero llorar.
She said y'all deserve everything you guys are doing.
Oh, hell
She
no.
said fuck Mexicans. She said fuck Mexicans. Fuck that bitch up. She said fuck Mexicans. That's all. That's why you get it right now.
Crime, bro. You hear that motherfucker? She said, fuck Mexicans, get her. Fuck that bitch up. Fuck her up. Fuck her up. She said, fuck Mexicans. Man, we didn't hear that, bro. But it's always some motherfucker like that. It's always somebody like that. You talking about get her. What's wrong with your getters? Why you not fucking her up? You see? See how this go? That even could have been an agent. They both could be agents. And all these people, this happened. See, you are watching something that's studied in textbook classes in college. You see, they incite this crowd, then the crowd go crazy. This crowd go crazy. Now they want to kill this lady. She said, "Fuck Mexicans." What? No, La Raza. What? You said that.
The same fucking haters kissing my ass. Your brothers don't fit. The past 3 years, kiss my ass. Straight up. What's up? What's up?
No. News. Hey.
Who is that? Oh, I see these motherfuckers. That's assault. That's assault. Yeah, hell yeah, that's assault. Well, but it ain't peaceful. Why the hell did he just rush that woman like a linebacker on a bike? Boom! God damn, that's a tough motherfucker lady too. Shit, a regular motherfucker would have went down. Yeah. Oh, she definitely on some narcotics. That's why she talking.
They're gonna use it against us.
I think that was. I don't know if that was.
They're gonna use it against us. Just let her go. They're gonna use it against us.
Hey, just let her go. Let her go. It's not worth it.
All they're gonna show you guys. The news is right there. All they're gonna show is this shit. Come on, man.
Let her go. Don't kill her. Kill us.
I don't know if that was an accident or on purpose.
That is some crazy shit. Get her. She said, "Fuck Mexicans. Fuck her up. Let her go. They're gonna use it against us." We can see the psychology of these goddamn. They ain't peaceful. We for sure you want to kill her. And what if she did say Mexicans, which she shouldn't be saying? We're not here to say that. We're not here to talk about Mexicans. Period. We said illegals, and we are here covering Continue Network. We didn't say what color. Man, we ain't here for all that. The illegal. Oh man, come on, get about it. We trying to get. We owe $33 trillion fucking dollars. Man, we got nothing to pass out. But these people, she said, "Fuck Mexicans, fuck her up. They're gonna use it against us."
She was walking back with the guy's place.
Let her go. Let her walk off.
Let her go. Don't kill her. This is great. This is great. Let her go. Don't kill her. Yeah, I think. You think you should kill her?
Hey, read this shit, bro.
God damn. I wonder what they'll do to other people who imagine what they'll do to their real enemies. Shit, man, send them the National Guard, the Marines, send SEAL teams 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. They be finna kill that lady for no reason at all. And y'all watch them. And they have a debate about it. Please, no, they had to beg. Please, no, they're gonna use it against us just to let the lady make it. And we don't even know if she's gonna live. We don't know that yet. We don't know. God just lynched hard.
Somebody get her out of here. No, Waymo. Then they call her a Waymo. Yeah.
I'm against her, bro. I'm against her. You guys don't know the whole issue, the whole truth.
All right, break it down then. Break it down.
I just broke it down. Motherfuckers want to hear you doing some dumbass shit to me. I'm not going to come down here wasting my time. I'm going to be outnumbered. What kind of shit is that? I'll be a stupid motherfucker who do some shit like that. I'm not stupid, bro. I'm telling you my motherfucking truth.
That's not the motherfucking truth. That's an opinion. That's a false opinion. That's a dumb opinion.
Trump fuels for my kids, bro. I'm not going to be stupid on here wasting my fucking time. I don't give a shit, bro. Like someone hurt to death, bro. My other one's down. I'm going to get my other 2 kids, bro.
Kill her. Oh, god damn, bro. Kill her. What the fuck? What type of psychotic shit? Man, bro, this is crazy. I feel bad for my people in Los Angeles. Shit, I've been hearing about this type of hate. I've been hearing about this. Huh? Now, so these people nowhere near any bullshit reason to burn the city and kill everybody. Nowhere near the Tennessee City talking about some people got detained illegally. Okay, let's sort that out. They even stalking this woman. Now remember, they could have, man, these people all told they were protesting about a cause. Why the fuck is this crowd stalking this lady talking about fucking her up? Come on, baby. These people came here for this type of shit. This is evidence, y'all. Their ass going to jail. I know that motherfucker much. What is Hamas? They fucking that back there. This nigga here. Boy, you is Hezbollah. Oh, no wonder Trump pissed off. Who is this Hamas back here? And we right here on Comfort TV News, we done found Hamas. Allied Hamas. Yeah, that's Hamas, goddammit. Look at that. I know Hamas. Y'all don't know Hamas. I know Hamas when I see Hamas. Trump said the cartels had a line with Hezbollah. Well, here they is.
People are learning about the deportation, bro. Don't say this. You see the show, bro?
She's an agitator. He's always fighting against this. She's an agitator. Leave her alone. He's always fighting against this.
You said that shit in front of a crowd. That's the truth. It's not the truth. Okay.
You say deport us.
He's not going to deport you for no reason.
You said deport us.
You're not going to deport for no reason. We're not going to deport for no reason. That's what he's doing. She's standing on the board. That's what he's doing.
Don't be like Trump. No cage. No cage. God. No cage. Down people. It's okay. Let it go. Don't be caged. Don't be caged. Don't be like Trump. Don't be like that.
All right, so that was intense. I give her credit. She's brave as fuck. I don't know what started it, but bro, you can. It's not the place.
Yeah, she's saying that the people deserve to get deported. ICE is just doing their job.
Yeah. I know. Right now it's kind of like a lawless mob, bro. Like.
Oh man, y'all
Did that guy hit her on purpose on the bike? I thought it was an accident. He was walking backwards and he was in the bike lane.
Still everything.
He said he was going in the bike lane, you know? And she was going backwards and they crashed. I don't know.
Look for yourself without getting hit. Go ahead.
Seems like some type of gang hideout or something some of that nature. I might be mistaken.
Don't give it a chance, just walk away. Don't give it a
And one thing we know about the Black Lives Matter protest, there's some Mexicans they always ride with some of our YNs, but a lot of them is captured on social media, very racist, bullshit, want the police to gun us down. It's the thing you can't get guns. Comment on us to go to jail. Saying was looting, pillaging, and all the police was justified weapons. But we're not saying
Hey, fuck that bitch up already, dog. Fuck that bitch up. Fuck that bitch up already. Fuck that bitch up. Fuck that bitch up. Someone fuck that bitch. Fuck that bitch. Homie, fuck her up, dog. Fuck that hoe. Fuck her up.
Then why the fuck everybody still on and go do find out?
That troublemaker. I wish I knew who that troublemaker was. I would. We go. Is you? You said somebody fuck her up already. Fuck her up. Boy, why you haven't hit her yet? I'm waiting to see him. Like he got to be finna dive out of nowhere and punch this girl, but that's how it always be. So he trying to egg somebody. Fuck her up already.
I try to reason with you people.
Hey, just walk to where the cops are. That's your best bet.
Good job, girl.
You need to just go to where the cops are, bro. There's no protection out here. Yes.
I don't know, man.
See, a lot of these people out here for a picnic, for an adventure. Man, come on, they play dangerous games.
She's brave, bro. She's brave, but there's a thin line. There's a thin line between brave and stupidity.
Yeah, she says.
He say she brave to be playing with them criminals like that. This is the evidence right here. He said that about it. He lost him. He said, man, these criminals, they crazy. Kill that lady.
I hope you stay safe.
Well, hopefully she gets out of here. This is once the mob mentality takes over, no one's gonna save you out here, man. The cops ain't coming. Jason. Yeah. That lady was the one getting harassed. Maybe you could interview her. It's some Mexican. She's by the light over there. She got fucked up. They threw like. I'm gonna try to ask her to for an interview if I see her again, but she got fucked up by a mob. They threw ketchup on her. They chased her down. She was crazy though. She was talking shit to her. Hey, it was a good interview though.
You doing right though?
Yeah.
You need anything, water?
I got it. I'll see you around.
Yeah, take care.
Be safe.
You need the water, dude. They people think it's some type of motherfucking sightseeing adventure or something. Anyone got beat over there? Man, what?
If I see her again, I'll try to ask her some questions, but obviously she's not gonna want to talk at that moment. She was too heated, I could tell. So it looks like CHP has this side of the 101 closed off. They're not that deep. On the freeway, they got a bus. They're funneling traffic to one lane on the other side, so it's going to be a traffic jam. I would avoid the 101 at all costs.
Get it everywhere!
Look, they're arrested. They got an arrest. They're putting someone on the bus. People are throwing shit at the cops down below. They're shooting up. They're shooting upwards.
Damn. Right.
They put the arrest bus on the freeway. I guess they figure that's the safest place where they won't come under attack. People are still throwing stuff at them. Police, you can see they're shooting flashbangs up on the side of the freeways where the crowd is. You can see people are throwing like rocks or pieces of concrete. So we heard over the scanners that the police are mostly trying to protect the federal building that's over there. That's where the jail was. That's where on day one where all the shit popped off. And it went down last night too, but it wasn't too crazy. If you were watching last night, it was like 6 or 7 people got arrested. Actually like 10. I only seen like 6 or 7 get put in the van. I don't know if the other 3 got cited out. It was something like that. Oh. Oh. Yeah. People throwing rocks at these customers. looks like most of these cars are empty. Oh, oh wow. Someone toss us. You guys, did I get that? Someone tossed a scooter. So these cars are unattended. On the other side, people are throwing rocks at the cops too, but they're shooting back. Another one.
The taxpayers got to pay for this. And on.
Oh. We got one CHP down here. Ooh. Is that another scooter?
I don't know.
All right, so we're gonna move on from here. It looks, these cars are just gonna get totally destroyed, little by little, probably all night long. I'm pretty sure there won't be any glass left in them by the end of the night.
Be careful, be careful. Stop resisting your surrender. Just surrender. My son.
Where did they go? They went back under the bridge?
Yeah, under the bridge. It's just the cars, they're all under the bridge.
There's going to be nothing left of those cars. It's getting kind of crazy out here. Freeway, right now we're at North Main Street in the 101. They got the freeway blocked off. CHP has just the East 101. They're closed off. They blocked it down to one lane. They blocked it down to one lane on the other side. But sorry, man. Anyone send a super chat? Thank you. I can't read the super chats at all. Although people are throwing rocks from across the way. The CHP's underneath the freeway taking cover. I know I got some Cash App and PayPal yesterday. I appreciate anyone who sent a super chat and sent a donation and became members. Because YouTube is, they put restrictions on this content, so we don't really make much money from the ads. As long as we don't get banned, we're all right. So CHP is taking cover under the bridge here. I mean, they're just surrounded here. They put themselves in a bad spot. All the protesters, all the people throwing shit, they got the high ground on them. They're underneath the freeway. And look, you can see people throwing rocks down at the cars from the angles. From angles they can reach them, but then they just pop out every once in a while and shoot some flashbangs. Yeah, there go some shots fired. They're in a bad spot. Did I hear man down? You say man down? So if you're just getting here, there was a bunch of Waymos got set on fire. This is what's left of them. Your boyfriend David? This is what's left of them. People were calling in the Waymos and burning them. A fire department showed up. Hopefully this is not a copyrighted drum beat right here. Well, I seen that donation. Christy Harwell, thank you for that super chat. Because of the batteries, the Waymos are electric. I think they're 100% electric. I don't think they're hybrid. They burnt really hot, the batteries. Provide extra fuel, and look, the cars burn to nothing, bro. Only electric cars burn like this. That's 5 Waymos down. All right, looks like we got some LAPD on standby here. Probably to prevent the Waymos from getting called. People were saying that people were calling in the Waymos for pickups. When they showed up, people started burning them. I'm sure whoever called them is going to get a good looking at. But I don't think there's any way to prove that they did it on purpose. We got CHP blocking the entrance here to the 101 North. Whoa. That was a loud explosion. Sounded like a firework.
Yeah, you shot. He's talking him. That's enough.
Hey, thank you for that super chat, Nick.
Brother, like Ukraine.
Sorry, I can't read everybody's super chats. Just so every once in a while when I'm looking up at the screen, I'll show you my setup later. I got like a custom setup I set up for this.
Black, white, yellow, whatever you want to
We committed this crime. Look at this. Unity of the black brother. It's all of us together. We did this. Our black brother. One love. Black brown.
right now.
All right, hey, you guys hit the thumbs up, share the stream, and appreciate the super chats. I know I just missed one, an orange one, sorry.
His ass going to jail. He's going to jail.
I'll stop somewhere. I'll pull out my other phone and go through the super chats.
They loud.
I got the stream. I got a little camera going to recording higher quality.
He's going to leave right there with his buddies.
All the like best moments.
Get the fucking Mayate with the nigga. Kill him. They're going to forget what day it is.
I didn't have time last night. When the stream cut off last night in Compton, I went into that store, to a restaurant, where the sheriffs had gotten tear gas. I think they launched a tear gas canister and people threw it back at them. And they got really fucked up. There was 3 of them in the restaurant, and I got that footage. I didn't get it while I was live, though. And it made the news.
Criminal activity with criminalistic shots. Yeah.
What up, bitch, Black Sabbath?
What up? I can't play music. I get copyright.
Nah, bitch, before they shoot up with some gang codes. We're doing some good work, y'all. We're doing some good work. This is really gonna help America. I got some questions I want to know. Because I didn't know police can be this nice. These people is nice with everybody but us. They is nice with serial killers, white serial killers. They killing all the black people. They taking them to get Jack in the Box or Dairy Queens. Look at these terrorists. They got the police hiding in the sewer. Them bastards in the sewer with the rats. They still ain't nobody got shot. What? Oh, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Okay. Just when they thought they had this shit under control, that's when we gonna come outside, man. The motherfucker nigga. Royal Rumble with everybody. Yeah, man. Nice ass motherfucking police. Damn, this shit is ridiculous. Fuck the Democrats again for reminding us they stabbed us
the entrance to the freeway here. Los Angeles and
She looks like we the step kids or something. Man. They in love with this. They in love with this. Understand? They have a love affair. They new voters right here. And the police done stood down. They didn't pay a lot of money.
There's an SOU police. Special Operations
They don't want to
Unit.
lose their pensions. The police bought
You don't really see these guys.
They didn't pay a lot of money to shoot us. Fucked up, man.
Highway patrol down there, all geared up today.
Bro, this shit done got depressing now that I'm looking at it like, what the fuck? Man, God damn, America.
Check out the graffiti.
$10 here. Get off your fucking phone.
Look at all this. Look at all this. Look at this shit. The Democrats crazy. This is more money. Just take y'all calculator out. Who y'all think gonna pay for this? Taxpayers. They gotta clean all this shit up.
ISIS pussy, huh? Dude, who wants some cold pussy, man? Yeah, so I think the National Guard is over by the federal place, the federal building.
As of right now, they only on federal property. That can change real soon. Like
We got way more police over here.
anarchy going on throughout Los Angeles.
They're just standing by. It looks like they're, I don't know if those
Sewer hiding out.
all cops over there. Can't really tell way over there if those are police on the second block or if that's a crowd building up. If you look on the corner, like over there, looks like there's a lot of people over there right now.
Do our people?
I see a flag
It's
waving.
so nice today. These people kicking their ass. That's crazy.
There might be more protesters that
Destroying all their vehicles. That's
are on the
crazy.
streets. Get back in here.
Watch, the only person gonna go to jail is his brother that was in the video. He the only one. And they gonna say he led. Oh, hey, at night, when the nightfall hit, oh, the game's gonna be good. But the illegals and the anarchists and the vigilantes, they surprised me though.
This one's different from yesterday.
Even up. So we're gonna see if they can pick up.
This one, no good zoom, but more stable for walking around.
I think they're getting paid for this shit by George Soros or the cartels. They got reason to do this shit. They don't give a damn about the people that's locked up. They see that all that stuff.
Set. Yeah, they're rotating shifts. They're rotating shifts. And they're rotating shifts.
A lot of these police, they in on it too. They bought off. They part of the opposition. There's such so many different ways. They trying to stack this shit. It's just true. Really, it's survival of the fittest. They trying to play us. They think we're stupid. It's all we got to pay very close attention to this shit. Don't look like, look like a little love match. It don't look like no motherfucking chaos like they was bringing on us. There be some school kids. There be, man, that little bill, there be some school kids out there. They would beat the shit out of them, shooting Kyle Rittenhouse, showing up, killing them. Man, look at all these people out here, grown-ups, elders, young, old, all kind of different age people out here, man. They still
How will you live with yourself? How will you do that? No, when you help families get ripped apart, violently. That's your legacy.
Helping little girls.
I remember at times when Black Lives Matter, the police say, okay, now it's time to go. If they don't go, then they just chase them.
It looks like most of these are CHP, they're special operations units.
Just like this, just standing there, they were just talking shit. Then they say no, they just chasing the beat. Remember, they already told us that the city of Los Angeles already said too many people gathered. So it's no more warning supposed to be given. They done already gave them the warning. Once the city deemed it illegal and threat to the city, they supposed to have got to business. Still haven't got it. They gonna get it though. Governor get to step down, Mayor Bash get to step down. And don't forget, the police already said why they doing this, they can't help the city of Los Angeles. Remember, LA, home of them checking in criminals. Well, your ass is in trouble right now because they can't help you. They say only mandatory calls, like if serial killer, you spot a serial killer or something. We got to be a bunch of bodies. One, they can't deal with one right now neither. No armed robberies. They don't give a damn if somebody get armed. They'll get with you a couple of months down the line about that. A shooting went on, a gang war. They can't deal with that shit right now. They just said that shit, bro. Think about that. We're going to look deep into also why this was going on, what type of crimes was happening in Los Angeles, because we're going to pin this shit on the Democrats. They done that to them people. Yeah, we don't see the vicious effect, dog. What is
Looks like things have calmed down a little bit. Except for over here, they're still shooting flashbangs at the crowd.
Careful when you walk that way, they're shooting this way.
They're partners. There's nothing over here. They're just standing. Careful.
Shit, fuck down.
Nah, they should. Them streets should be blocked off by the police trying to go home. Home where the Buffalo wrong. Y'all ass under arrest, nigga. Vigilantes. We got all that shit on tape. Hey, y'all think y'all going, nigga, but book it. Los Angeles Dodgers Arena. That's right. Walk y'all ass down there. All y'all ass under arrest. All kind of different charges, man.
Sorry, copyright strikes. Oh.
I know the civil rights people pissed off. See what the Democrats did to you? Yeah. You just saw we shall overcome, and they whooped your ass, split your head wide open. That's because the civil rights people, they ain't never broke a police window, and they got to get beat. They got to get dog sicked on a water hose. What shame on you?
Oh, they just broke the street side.
I told you more crime. They piling up. You know they got face recognition.
They just tossed a breaking side.
Arrested tomorrow. Witness them try to kill a lady. That's crazy. A lynch mob. Then all of them who make them police run under that bridge, boy, that's aggravated assault, all kind of shit, throwing all them bricks and shit at police. Boy, yeah, get 20 years for that shit. They laughing now, nigga. But wait till they find out, wait till they get the facial recognition of all them people who were destroying the police cars. And they just damaging you forced the police to flee, to run. Wait till hope one of them didn't fall. Get 30 years for that.
Woo!
Okay, what they did right there? More police under there? Oh yeah, they still looking at them. They gonna be crying. And with dozens of arrests. Watch, it's gonna happen in a couple of days. Millions of dollars in damage. Loss
So we
of
still got them
patrol
launching
cars.
scooters.
Come on, bro. Loss of patrol cars to go patrol the community. Come on, these people out of their mind. That is a crime. Endangering the community, that's a damn crime. And they just sitting there still throwing shit, and the police just sitting under this bridge. Yeah. Every time something hit, that's another felony. That's another felony. You got these officers. I know these officers, every last one of them gonna say they was scared for their goddamn life. They was in fear of this mob right here. Boy, these people loud and never get out of prison for this shit right here.
More rocks.
They
Look
think
at all
it's
the
amazing.
rocks that are on the freeway now. I think we filmed when they dropped the first scooter on there. So this is under the main street. This is under Main Street. Whoa. The bridge above is Main Street. There's the 101 freeway. CHP parked a bunch of their cars here.
BML was doing it.
And they left them unattended, and people have been hitting them with rocks and scooters. Someone tossed a whole street sign at them. Like a no parking sign. And the police are just shooting flashbangs back at the crowd. That's about it.
Because they've been told to stand down by the Democrats. But the Democrats didn't tell them that with Black Lives Matter. He told y'all they sick the police on them. They start beating them, macing them, just running them down, throwing them. Remember, they had to get bonded out by rappers and all kind of actors. They was getting arrested in large numbers. Hundreds on the scene.
Sorry, anytime I mute it's because music's playing.
See
everybody running. Oh, they're shooting.
Oh, look, they fucked up now. Oh, look, they're taking their life. Oh, they had, oh, look, that, oh, shit, is that motherfucker on fire? Oh, they throw, oh, shit, ass.
Looks like they
got smoke grenades and get that camera.
One of the things that they shot and threw it back at them, tear gas.
They're trying to set that shit on fire, but more charges. They're endangering the cars on the other side of the road. The people gonna crash. Oh, this shit is crazy. Oh man, this got to stop. Somebody gonna die. This is crazy. As of right now, the National Guard can only defend federal facilities. That's the change though, for sure.
Gotta put on her mask.
Earlier, I showed that. Got all kind of lethal mace at them. They ran, had a nice little shootout at the beginning when I first started blogging. You know, and then they scared of the National Guard, so they decided to terrorize the police. The police down. They're not bringing it home like they used to do, and the people see that, and they made a business of this. Oh, yeah, it's smart. Police gonna let us do this, we're gonna do it to us. Outbreak, they're gonna fuck us up. Trump already said that if you spit, we hit. Anything you do to the National Guard, they're gonna fuck us up.
Yeah. The crowd is going this way. Looks like we got more stuff being fired over here by City Hall. Oh, you got to get out of the cloud. It might be time to put on the goggles. Okay, the National Guard is swirling around back there.
Only Big U can save it. Will they release Big U?
You see the
Los Angeles
motorcade. That's a Broadway.
Only Big.
I don't know. Maybe they're going over here. There's a bunch of tear gas. It looks like a big white cloud over here by City Hall.
Right now, y'all under arrest. What a bounty hunters there, man. You bounty hunters in the audience, man. Who is a nice little payday for you? You identify these terrorists.
It looks like they may just be passing by.
Nah, they ain't passing by. Y'all, you going to jail. You wish. You know who you is, brother. Yeah.
The only place we've seen them, I think, is in front of that federal building. All went down in front of the prison.
Lady almost got it. Watch, you can't help it. See big punks like this, they can't help. Man, they ain't finna kill a lady. This dude, they couldn't even. This motherfucker couldn't even help her. Damn, you sure you just go? You stop them from talking about killing her, bro. Stand up to him. I wish I had the courage. They said, what you doing? You think don't got the courage, but you taking it
Now we're on
Temple. Get the fuck out of here.
Temple in Spring in front of City Hall. Oh. Tear gas is heavy here. They just found a big old cloud of tear gas. This is where the horses are.
Yeah, the police got y'all ass. Police got y'all ass on the yard. No fun when the y'all ass in trouble. Yeah, the sun going down. They remember what y'all did a couple hours ago, talking all that shit. Yeah, now y'all done split y'all forces. Yeah, y'all ass in trouble. They got tear gas going. They got gas masks on. They just gonna shoot that shit everywhere.
It looks like LAPD is clearing out the area. I don't know if there's a bunch of people in the park or on the other side.
Why don't you go see?
It looks like there's a lot of protesters actually on the other side of the police over here.
Y'all was busting through
on Spring Street,
over
coming from like First Street.
See, you ain't so tough no more, but what, you ain't got all those knuckle heels with you. Not the speed. Police right there, all that good shit, burning your tires and shit. It ain't revolutionary. No arm resistance. They think I never say shit no more, but y'all ain't got no arm resistance. Get y'all arm resistance up. Y'all ever getting our fucking business.
Souvenirs. Okay. It looks like these are backup sheriffs. Yeah, these are sheriffs. Maybe it wasn't the National Guard that was passing by.
They showed up out there with their armed resistance groups. like the NFAC did, Free Grandmaster Jay, like the Black Panther Party, the Panther Party, show up stand up for your people and have the regular civilians behind you. See, these people always talking shit. Even the whites. They got some militias that'll show up. Goddamn, with them bastards, they can't wait to dress up and come out. See what I'm saying? They talking about this is about the pride, about the people, the heritage. They will not go out. Well, goddamn, man, why you armed resistance freedom fighters? Come on, bro. Always talking about black people being in a discouraging way, though. But when this shit hit the fan, we see what you lacking. Always in our business, though.
These are the sheriffs here. So far out here, we got LAPD, National Guard, CHP, special units, special operation units, and National Guard. But the National Guard, I think the only spot that I know they've been at is in front of the jail, the Fed. So sheriffs just showed up for some backup here.
Boy, you don't know recording.
There's the boxes with all the shells that they've shot. Or are gonna shoot. Excuse me? Where's the National Guard? Is the National Guard only at the courthouse? So they're still shooting rounds over there. Oh, I can see the crowd getting closer. It looks like the crowd is right at the City Hall line. Like at the crosswalk right in front of City Hall.
People totally whole area up, bro. Destroyed it. Wherever they was at, that shit looked like a war.
LAPD on horseback. And I think some people are in the park.
Where the women's shelter is?
The what?
There's like a women's shelter around
I don't know, man. You're on the phone?
No,
You wanna look it up? I'll look it up for you real quick. The women's shelter?
Yeah, it's.
You know the name of it?
I don't know. It's First and Temple don't even cross either. They said it's right here, like First and Temple.
Let's see.
First the river, the rest is my friend's wife.
She's in there?
It's just a women's shelter.
You don't know the name of it?
No, I don't, but it should be on First or Temple.
The Union Rescue Mission? Is it close, right around here?
Yeah, it's like right here. It's between First and Temple. Somewhere along this road stretch.
It's not in San Pedro, it's not in Skid Row?
It's going to be a purge around.
Down that way?
There's one on San Pedro, Skid Row, there's a couple. Downtown Women's Center. But I don't know if these are shelters. 442 South San Pedro and 333 Los Angeles.
No, it would be in the 100s. Because it's on the first and Temple.
There's nothing in the 100s, but sorry.
News right now is skirmish riots.
Sorry, man. Hey, thanks for that super chat. Whoever that was. This guy looked like he was lost. He's trying to get to a woman's shelter.
That's a lie. I don't believe in lies.
Oh, they're shooting across the way. Looks like there was people running behind that fence over there. All right, so it looks like they just changed out. Sheriffs took over this spot right here. We're on Temple and Spring, and the shadows of City Hall. The sheriffs took over for LAPD.
Sure, so what
¿Hiciste algo otro cross?
¿Ah?
¿Hiciste algo otro?
Oh, no.
¿Era una loto cross?
No.
Wow.
No te van a dejar para nada.
Yo tenía un meeting con personas allá.
Puedes preguntar, ¿no?
¿Sabes que se va a poner el padre
¿Aquí?
José Gómez aquí en el centro de Los Ángeles? Quedamos en el 5.
Maybe tienes que ir hasta allá o hasta allá. Ah, bueno, pero aquí no puedes pasar.
No, pero
So sheriff's getting ready to go in. Here comes some LAPD on horseback. Caballitos, pásale. I haven't seen the horses yet, but I've seen the horse poop.
There's no reaction cost. If you go to jail, we have jail support that will bail you out for free. Would anybody like the number? I'll write it on my arm because they won't let you use your phone to get on that jail button.
Thank you, Christina, for that super chat. Sheriff's coming in, so this lady is saying that they got. I don't know if they're going to start.
Anybody in these areas right now going to jail. So if you go to jail, these people right here, this should be your first offer. They will bail you out for free. You give your first and last name.
Where do they call out the unlawful assembly?
They've been did it hours ago, but he just did it again.
Here? Here.
I would suggest writing on your body because you can't use the phone. Get it in jail books. If you don't know your loved one's number by heart, I would suggest writing that down.
See, that's George Soros. Pay back and take it. I want to bond you out. See, that's called evidence right there. See, that little clip not gonna make the news. That person right there talking about bonding you out for free. The same shit they was doing with the black.
More rounds are going off in front of City Hall.
Start causing anarchy. That's antique. That wasn't no Mexican. See, I know one thing, the laws on the horseback to fuck their ass up too. Shit. They ain't gonna play with me. They ain't gonna get the fuck out the way of them horses. They get trapped.
We're going to go towards where the freeway is. I think whatever is happening here is happening on the other side. City Hall. I think they're going to make a arrest. It's going to be on the other side of City Hall. Well, it's on this street, but on the other side. Maybe in the park. I don't know if they're going to make a arrest over here. We'll see. It'll probably be hard to kettle everyone into one spot over here. All right, everyone, thanks for watching. Hit the like, share the stream, subscribe, all that stuff. I'm gonna have to stop in a minute and plug in my charger. knows, they might be coming here to clear the sides of the freeway so the police cars don't get any more damage. Oh, they're coming in deep. Coming in deep from the west. Special operations.
Yeah, don't run. Y'all have to participate in a lot of this shit.
Did Donald Trump send you? He sent you guys? Yeah, that's your boss, isn't he? Bethany. You Bethany.
Still throwing more stuff at the cop cars. It's a CHP car. I don't know what that was. I thought it was just a cone, but it looked big and heavy.
They're the backbone of America. They are what makes America great by their work, their effort, and they're being exploited by not being given an opportunity to amnesty, which has been over 40 years now.
You've been fighting for this for a while. What's the weekend been like for you, both emotionally and physically? What have you been doing as all this has been going on?
So 2 days ago, Los Angeles got broadsided. This is another regular day. We were aware that there were ice raids happening, but 2 days ago we got strong.
They're putting out the fires.
I live in Westlake, MacArthur Park, and our community was.
These you with America, I know.
There were schools, that were having graduations where ICE came in, and we've got Paramount and a number of other cities that were attacked without any warning, and we've been seeing how people have been trying to go to.
Man, we don't got to get no warning to show up looking for no guys. See, this is the disgusting part. Man, we don't got to warn you that we're looking for illegal, bunch of criminals and stuff, innocent migrants. Oh, come on over. Come on over. We not bigots, but y'all think we fools. Once again, any country in the world, you can't do this other places. Just willy-nilly like this. America, $33 trillion in the hole. That means we broke. That over here for a better life. Wait a minute. We got other people waiting on that better life in there. But we're working hard, man. Please stop. Let's stop. It's all a game. We're not finna sit here and survival of the fittest. So we got to bump you off just to survive. That's what you want? Because we know you're willing to stab us in the back so you can get ahead. They think we're stupid. We're not fucking stupid, man.
Without any due process.
Real, bro. I'm tired of this shit. Every time the Democrats been doing this to build them up, hardest working community. Wait, what the hell? What? Everybody working hard trying to get by day to day, busting their ass up the door. We sick of this shit now. Now we looking at this and say, oh shit. Well, y'all killed some of our protesters for less. Beat them. Tear gas some sick dogs on them. Our elders still got war wounds for less. Then people just come out here singing all our hymns and talking about no justice, no. Oh, what the hell? Get your own slogans. Get your own. You got to put some work in this motherfucking country, man. Our people done died with these gun formation. The Panthers. We shot it out state to state when we was pissed at this government. We ain't did. Now all this is anarchy. We had a problem with them. This is the last thing we went to. This was the last result. It's other shit that we had to do, goddamn.
What we're seeing is that President
We
Trump
didn't get right to marching and shit.
has no respect.
And everybody was
for
locked up and
citizens,
dead and on the run. Then we had to do that type of
Sarah,
shit.
hang with me for just 1 second. I just want to explain something real quick here, guys.
Fire trucks are
Probably
trying to
the
get
sirens
to the
behind me
scene.
This
coming
the
to go.
first option
Point to
for
our
other
right here. The fire
motherfucking people.
department
They
has
ain't
arrived
had no
here.
motherfucking
Obviously,
revolution.
we
They ain't
are
shot it
kind
out
of
with the
stationed
people
at
yet.
a
5
weird,
fires.
intersection where your cars can't get through. Now, the fire department at the moment kind of stuck and unable to get to the cars that were burning here on Los Angeles Street.
That's
They
for
were
real, bro.
Unbelievable.
Everybody,
What a
the
mess.
motherfucker tell us what everybody earned. Well, goddamn, bro, we took these people on. We fought. We bled. We died. All of our leaders were assassinated, bro. I didn't see no other people leaders get knocked off like I was. That like, hold on, bro. Who your leaders is? Where they at? What had they been assassinated by the dozen? But then you want the same? No, you got to put the work in to be on the same level. You got to lose a lot. Now, I'm not saying people don't deserve, but the work you put in dictates what the fuck you deserve. And I'm not just talking about get up hard, work every day. Hold on, bro. You talking about fighting the government? The shit you talking about, that's between you and your boss. You talking about fighting the government? Oh no, that come with some real motherfucking work. We haven't seen that shit yet. And that's just a fucking fact, bro. Disrespectful to our people, man, who had to go there.
Flanked
Way
behind
too
them
often.
by LAPD. You don't have to show it for a second, Tommy. It's all the way behind you. By several officers behind the fire department who will try to get up the street here as you see that fire burning. You see the fire burning. You've seen the fireworks out here the last couple days. Some people depict this as rioting, as unrest, as violence. What does this say to you? And I know this isn't necessarily the entire crowd, but when you see this, what do you feel?
I think that's a common propaganda, but just the last couple of days, it has really made sense how basically, he came in and attacked the immigrant community and all of their loved ones, and people responded by trying to be protective, in the workplaces where they were being attacked, and trying to block and so forth. But what we've been seeing, and that, I hope that people will understand for those of us on the ground, is that there has been more force coming in. And as I said a little while ago,
the Democrats and Trump and them was rounding up the Haitians on horseback, whipping them, dragging them. Y'all didn't say shit. See, this is the fact. We keep receipts. Y'all didn't say shit, but we didn't ask nobody. Y'all help us. Yeah, we didn't ask. And that wasn't our business. Our Haitian revolutionary brothers and sisters, we was pissed. But the Haitians had to deal with that. You see? It's other immigrants being targeted, illegal immigrants. These people not just rounding up immigrants. It's a couple handful that have been illegally rounded up, misclassified. Hey, get that right if they're not supposed to get shipped. We get that right. This is America. It ain't gone forever. We get that right. But when lady, when you said we just can't come into these neighborhoods and look for the illegals, we understand illegals have families. Yes, that is the problem we are facing. We're trying to see how do you deal with this, and we can't deal with it the way they are saying deal with it. Oh, hell no. That means you get everything you ever wanted and you keep it up. Then they want to think we're stupid. This is a numbers game. What? Nigga, the United States is connected to South America. We're not finna play this game with y'all. Because we see how you plan on winning. You plan on opening the southern border and outvoting us. This shit don't just start with votes. It's in this jobs. Then it's not enough room in neighborhoods. Man, that shit get dangerous, man.
So he's showing that there's no respect. It's almost looking like a military state. Like we feel helpless, we feel powerless, we feel like who do we have that Trump can answer to? You know what I mean? And so if I'm here for like a vigil, but it also protest and so forth. But we're feeling like we want people to see what's happening, to hear our cries that we have rights as well. I'm the daughter of two immigrants from El Salvador, and so I'm here to speak up for my community and to protect them, do anything I can to let them know.
See. No disrespect, man. This is not this. We're not seeing this is the ugly truth we're facing here in America. And that's why, ma'am, you're so fanatic about it because that's how you got your shot. You're the daughter of 2 illegals, and we're from El Salvador. You see? And then, like I just said, this is a numbers thing. And I keep telling people, a lot of people think it's just Mexicans. Fuck no. It's South America. All over the place. Then they just blend in and they become a Spanish-speaking community. And a lot of blacks say, oh, that's the Mexicans. No, that's not just the Mexicans. It's not just the Mexicans.
To know that they have a voice, that they have people that care about them. And so for those of us that have a voice, I ask that you would please speak up at this time and don't let your wealth or your privilege, your American, privilege choke your voice, because we need it at this time.
Nasira, thank you so much. So eloquent what you said. Thank you, and be safe out here as well. You heard it there, Nasira, daughter of immigrants, lifelong Angelino, a very eloquent way of putting what she has been doing out here, not just protesting today, but why she felt it was important to be out here. When you see the fires, when you hear the fireworks, when you see that police line, you might think of just rebel rousers and people out here to commit violence. Nasira is what is out here. These are people that find this important. They want to have their voices heard. And they're coming out here with signs. They're coming out here wanting to have conversations. And they want to make sure their voices are heard. Jory, Nico.
Yeah, indeed. And again, the eyes of the world are upon our city tonight as this continues night 3 of unrest. And we look to different places, different levels, different countries. Stephen Miller. Oh, go ahead. Tim, you want to keep going?
What they say about Stephen Miller?
No, I just wanted to point out here, because I know you probably have it from Air 7 as well, but we kind of saw this play out in Compton as well. I was just going to laying the scene for you here as the fire department is trying to put out those Waymo cars that were set on fire while LAPD behind them trying to do a little bit of crowd control to make sure these firefighters are able to do their job. Obviously, for those first responders and firefighters, they're not involved in this in any way, but putting out a fire is paramount to them. So for them to be able to do their job in the safest way possible, that's why you're seeing now police come up on the other side, and the crowd, for the most part, that has really been packed over here for the last couple hours. Have moved across the 101 despite a handful of people like there. Somebody just threw a water bottle at Homeland Security who are pulling up behind LAPD here, but a water bottle against the side of the car, not necessarily the most violent action, but
I thought they were going at him with the finger.
What's going on out here?
I'm glad that was against someone else and not you, Tim. I thought.
I thought it was him.
The target there.
I thought he was the target.
Happen as we watched the LAFD put out these fires, a volatile situation.
Oh, look at that!
Real
quick. Look at that!
Camera.
Right on camera. Right on camera.
Civil unrest, and again,
identify him.
Peaceful versus
that's
violent,
a federal
this is
crime.
Certainly not on the peaceful side of protest.
That's a federal crime.
That's a federal crime.
Right there. What's his jersey say? J-Rock.
We do have LA
PD
officers right in the area.
That is a federal crime right there.
Twice now has hit this police vehicle with his bike, and now seems to be leaving the area. And so we just want to make sure Tim stays safe in this situation.
Screenshot that. Turn it into the Fed.
We can see the white smoke now rising behind you, which is a good sign. If veterans of Los Angeles know fires pretty well, Tim, and we're seeing this finally go out. And the hope is now that these fires are being put out, that this kind of puts to rest.
He had a certain jersey on
that we have seen. We still see demonstrators on the street, but we
don't
see the
send it to the Fed. Just like that guy was throwing rocks yesterday.
I think Chris Christie brought it up yesterday when he was over Compton and saying, what would happen if police just went home? And this is kind of a peculiar decision by Homeland Security to pull away this way, some not so nice remarks on that sign, but Homeland Security to pull up on this road where they essentially can't move up any further into this crowd. They're not focused on LAPD, those protesters, the guy who threw the water bottle and slammed his bike against the back of the Homeland Security truck. He wasn't necessarily have an issue with the LAPD, it was Homeland Security. So for those agents to drive up essentially a dead-end street where they can't move and get stuck here in the middle of the crowd, I'm not saying that's wrong, but the presence often is a provocation in itself. And I think for some of the folks out here, just seeing those federal agents, seeing Homeland Security, ICE, FBI, whomever it is kind of a willpower to them to do something in response. You saw LAPD, you see him behind me there. Nobody's bothering them. They're trying to protect the firefighters.
Homeland Security just makes them have to attack them. Yeah,
3 or 4 vans in a row. It elicited that response. They didn't do anything to that guy on the bike, but again, the presence alone often causes that provocation. So it's this awkward stalemate where you have police presence that angers an already angry crowd. Obviously, police can't just go away because you have a crowd that is shown to be potentially violent, but it's this back and forth that is almost uncontrollable in the sense that
Scary
more
ass.
police that show up,
Cartel
the more
watching,
riled
you
up the
want to pay
crowd
you a
gets,
visit, huh?
and then it goes back and forth until, we hit a point like we did last night where it just gets completely out of control.
If you're ICE, if you're the Trump administration, you believe this is a righteous cause. You believe that this is an important thing that will actually make things safer. On the flip side, you see the demonstrators saying, how is this possibly a safer situation for our city than where we were before? Again, I was
They
talking
just
about the
proved it.
eyes
Y'all gotta go.
of the
Yeah,
country
y'all almost
on our city tonight. Tim, we'll get back to you in just a moment. Stephen Miller, Deputy Chief of Staff to the President of the United States, writing today, we have been saying this for years. This is a fight to save civilization. Anyone with eyes can see that now. Certainly no stranger to inflammatory, at times veering into offensive speech is Stephen Miller. He writes about seeing different countries' flags as we're watching chunks of rock and concrete hurled onto the 101 freeway and those California Highway Patrol vehicles below. Stephen Miller writing, look at all the foreign flags.
Another
Los
thing
Angeles
is,
is
can't
occupied
open
territory.
that up because people might
He has
throw
said in
stuff
several
off the
other
101.
other posts that the presence of flags of other countries, rather than being people being proud of their heritage and where they come from, rather is a foreign invading force that is now occupying Los Angeles. Again, we see violence being meted out by demonstrators here. Sometimes it's unmanned. These vehicles from the CHP have been posted on the 101 freeway for several hours now, and people are, you see the scooters there lying beside them, they have been hurled from the overpasses down onto those vehicles below, the barricades, the signs, that sign that was ripped out. We saw a little
They
bit
ripped
ago,
the
looks like
sign
it's laying
out.
next to that vehicle.
Look at
and
that.
a scooter laying in the windshield.
And
of
those are very heavy, those Lime scooters. So just imagine the force when it came down from that overpass onto that police vehicle. You can imagine the damage that it's caused. But going back to what Tim said a little bit earlier, it really makes you think, these protesters, what they're thinking. But one point that I feel like is really important is that a lot of these protesters, unfortunately, they've kind of just grouped all of these law enforcement entities together. So Homeland Security, LAPD, and the other forces, they've kind of just grouped them. So that's why a lot of them, they are hurling their anger towards them. They don't really care who it is, if it's Homeland Security or LAPD. They just want to just attack.
Yeah, they
whatever.
see it's authority.
Right.
It's a
Right.
backlash against authority, and when you feel like your community is
They
under
didn't throw
attack,
nothing
as
at
many
the
of these
cards.
crowds
Look,
do,
these
they
motherfuckers
turn to
act right.
exactly whatever authority is on scene right there. And law enforcement is law enforcement. They are there to do their jobs. They want to do their job, return home safely to their family tonight.
Right.
You know, they don't want to have to fight. They want to maintain the peace, and we've seen them confronted and provoked all day long. I think in large part, every agency we have seen has done a great job showing restraint, trying to de-escalate the situation, because as all these officials have said, even the ones who are champions of the rights of those who are demonstrating today, you cannot turn to violence. You cannot turn to chaos. And so law enforcement is doing their best to maintain order and control and peace in the face of some very tough situations playing out.
Because even like right now, looking at everything going on, I mean, we really don't get anywhere with this kind of destruction and this anger. I understand people are upset, but this doesn't take us anywhere. The message isn't spread across the correct way this way. And I also understand, I'm sure a lot of the protesters, it angered them. The 2,000 National Guard troops that were deployed, it makes you think, was that another thing that kind of sparked the anger? So while they were there, they saw these troops, it really just brought it out of them, the anger. So I don't know if those troops will, what's going to happen with those troops, if they will continue to be here, but I'm sure their presence has definitely angered a lot of people. They're angrier than what they were before they were deployed.
Right. Can we go back up to Gabe Santos? Is he ready to go up in Air 7? Let's see what's going on. We see some movement of some LAPD
we got
officers.
we got about one more hour till it gets dark.
Gloria Merlina Grand Park here, just outside City Hall. Gabe, what are you seeing? We saw
All
some
right.
folks removing those chairs, kind of refortifying their line. What are you seeing now?
City Hall.
Yeah, as we move Air 7 around this other building here,
City Hall.
just on the west side of City Hall, we could see there that fortified barricade that we've seen with those pink chairs that have been put in place there. And as we get a little bit of a better view there, you could see it
individual for ramming a motorcycle.
They're like, enough is enough. I like ABC7's feed up in the sky. Some of their commentating. Yeah. I don't know. Commentary. To me, it's. Look at this. Start getting these vehicles out of there. Look at all that. That guy got a flat tire. Yeah, he got a flat tire. All right, so the southbound lanes are open, it appears. Now you got to get all that out. You probably got to get one of those street sweepers. I think I'd take at least a couple more hours. See, and this could do significant damage right here. Diverting traffic and everything like that. Traffic nightmare. This thing has literally been closed for hours. I don't know. When did this start? Like about 3 hours ago here on the bridge. Look at this. They're ready. They might be starting to push. They're trying to push everyone away, like maybe away from the freeway at least. But you push these people back into like the commercialized district, push them in downtown, they can start breaking windows and stuff. We don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with this. That one's going to have to be towed. That's like a $70,000 vehicle.
Looks like they're just trying to get all their equipment out of it.
Can it move? They're trying to tow it. He's trying to push it. I don't think it starts, does it? What's going on here? This is crazy. I can hear the chopper guy breathe. Hear him breathe. All right, where are these guys going? They're getting all that debris out of there, and they're going to maybe push it. Maybe they'll use the other vehicle to give it a boost. Is it drivable? Let's see if it's drivable. They still got people up there on the other side of the bridge, though. Possible these look. Yeah, they're gonna push it. He's gonna push it with the other vehicle. There you go. There you go.
A little bit about what's going on and what we've been doing, and ask truly an ask for peace throughout our city. I'm joined here by Gerald Woodyard, Deputy Chief from Operations West Bureau, Herman Hurtado, from Commander from Professional Standards Bureau, and from Operations Central Bureau, Raul Jovel, who's also the incident commander for Central Bureau and for this incident. So I want to just take an opportunity to speak directly to the people of Los Angeles, clarify LAPD's roles and the events that have been playing out over these past couple of days. This includes our response to protests, our public safety responsibilities, and recent claims that you've seen made by some federal officials. Today, I met with Governor Newsom, Mayor Bass, U.S. Attorney General of the Central District of California, Bill Asaley, and ICE Acting Director Todd Lyons. Let me begin by reaffirming a core principle. The LAPD supports and protects the First Amendment right to free speech. In recent days, many protests across the city have been peaceful, and we thank the community for expressing their views and their frustration in a responsible manner. However, when peaceful demonstrations devolve into acts of vandalism or violence, especially violence directed at innocent people, law enforcement officers, and others, we must respond firmly. An act of violence, whether toward officers, demonstrators, or the public, will be met with swift and lawful action. Our goal is to maintain order without escalating conflict and to protect everybody's right to safety. Recent public statements have misrepresented LAPD's action from an incident the other night. Specifically, there was a claim that LAPD delayed responding to a federal officer's request for assistance by more than 2 hours. When we heard that, I think anybody who's a police officer couldn't believe it, and certainly anyone with LAPD couldn't imagine how that would happen. Well, it didn't happen, and I just want to go into that just a little bit. LAPD was not given advance notice that the federal operations would occur in that area. As a result, we were not pre-positioned to respond immediately to unrest related to those actions. Once the call for assistance came in, LAPD responded within 38 minutes. And that sounds like a long time, but I'll tell you why that is. The response was impacted by traffic, crowd density in the area with unrest occurring, hazardous conditions caused by tear gas that was previously deployed by federal agents at that location. Many of our officers, because it was put together in a mobile field force configuration without advance notice, were not equipped with gas masks. But despite these challenges, we moved in quickly and as safely as possible. At no point did LAPD ignore or intentionally delay any request for help. I also want to be unequivocally clear. The Los Angeles Police Department does not participate in or coordinate with Immigration and Customs Enforcement on civil immigration enforcement. We've said this over and over again, and I can't stress it enough for the people in our community who have high levels of anxiety about this issue, that we want everybody to believe and be able to call the LAPD in time of need if they've been a victim of a crime or a witness to a crime. We need that. Otherwise, the system does not work. That has been our policy and remains our policy, and it went into effect in 1979. So 46 years ago, that's been the way we do business. On the other hand, however, when a law enforcement agency, any agency, requests emergency assistance to protect lives, we are obligated to respond, and we do. Public safety is our duty, and we will answer every legitimate call for help from anyone. We recognize that immigration enforcement operations can cause a deep fear and anxiety, particularly in immigrant communities. That's why we're committed to transparency, accountability, and treating every Angelino with respect, regardless of their immigration status. Our job is not to divide communities or politicize law enforcement. Our job is simply to keep everyone safe. I want to express my sincere appreciation to all of our officers and partner agencies for their dedication and professionalism during these very challenging times. Their commitment to upholding the law, even in the face of hostility, is a reflection of the values that we stand for. We're working together to keep everyone safe, our officers and the public alike, and this remains our top priority. We'll continue to support peaceful protests and enforce the law when criminal acts occur.
We got
the
a fire.
Remains focused on its core mission to protect lives, safeguard constitutional rights, and serve every neighborhood in Los Angeles with integrity. Let me open it up now for any questions you might have or any points that we can clarify.
Yo, they're attacking horses.
Needed to activate those National Guard troops to take control of those Guard troops in some of the areas because he felt we had adequate safety protections officers here. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, if I don't know what basis they used to make that decision, but if that was based on our what I delineated here about the perceived lack of response to a help call by an outside agency, that did not happen. We did respond with mobile field force configuration. And just to explain that, a mobile field force is a configuration of people or officers within the organization that we bring in from around the city. We declare a tactical alert so we can break them away from their primary duties of answering radio calls to be able to come in, form up. They're trained in this tactic into a configuration of 4 squads or a platoon that are led by a mobile field force leader. They then go 4 deep in the car and they drive into the impacted area. And that way they can safely go in a large group of officers and able to handle whatever they come across. If we were to send in a single unit or a couple of units into a riotous scene, certainly they'd be surrounded and the outcome would probably not be good. And so this is a configuration that has worked for us, developed here, worked for us for many years, but it doesn't happen instantaneously. So we have to call in units.
Bullshit.
We have to meet at a certain
step upstairs,
location.
didn't tell
They
you what
get the information they
Oh,
need to operate in the environment, and then they go and they take care of business. And so that takes a little bit of time for us to be able to get in there in about 35 minutes is pretty much textbook. So while we'd love to be able to say we can get there in seconds or minutes, in the reality of a situation of civil unrest, we got to do it right. We got to do it safely for everybody involved.
Hold on. Go one at a time, please, and let's identify name and outlet.
Victor with Univision Chief, we have seen two kinds of groups, at least from Friday, Saturday, and today that have been working. The community that is enraged and they're not happy with the actions of ICE, and then the community that loots and attacks and destroys our city. What would be your direct message to both groups?
Yeah, to the people who are not happy with the fact that ICE is in the community doing what ICE does, you know, I respect ICE for being a fellow law enforcement agency. They have their mission. They have their what they have to do. We don't engage in that activity, but again, we can't preclude them from doing that. They have every right to do that. I ask people in the community to trust the LAPD, that we're not there for that purpose, and that if they have something they need us to be able to address, we're there for them. As far as the big picture of what can I recommend they do or not do, that's something, it's a federal issue, and the federal authorities have the right to be able to do what they're doing. As far as people worried about the violence that we're seeing, this violence that I've seen is disgusting. It's escalated now since the beginning of this incident. What we saw the first night was bad. What we've seen subsequent to that is getting increasingly worse and more violent. Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. And we have adapted our tactics to be able to have a chance to be able to take these people into custody and to be able to hold them accountable. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing. They'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw at other people. We've seen people with hammers, and you've broadcasted breaking the bollards behind the federal building and taking the rocks, if you will, or pieces of concrete and throwing them at officers. We've had liquid of who knows what description thrown at officers. There's no limit to what they're doing to our officers. And again, as I mentioned in my statement, I can't thank our folks enough and our partner agency police officials for going out there and taking care of the community and trying to be able to put themselves between the threat and the overall community. And they do this night in and night out. And in these past couple of nights, we've seen it at a level that I think disgusts every good person. Thank you, sir.
You just described some pretty violent and chaotic situations. What is your position on the National Guard being deployed? Do we need them here?
Well, you know, it's an interesting question, because I would have said that, you know, we could handle this. I believe that we would have gone through a number of steps before we'd have deployed the National Guard or requested deployment of the National Guard. We would normally go to 50% deployment to handle radio calls and do the business of policing, and everybody else would be focused on the initial problem. Beyond that, then we would request through the sheriff mutual aid, and that would bring in members of the 44 other police departments in LA County, as well as the sheriff's office. And so that didn't occur in this case because it wasn't done through the sheriff or through the up through the normal chain. It was done from the top down, from the president directing that happened. And then the National Guard was federalized. So they're working for the U.S. Army, not for the California State National Guard. Do we need them? Well, looking at tonight, you know, this thing has gotten out of control. I think before I could answer that, I'd have to know more about what their capabilities are, what their role is intended to be able to make that determination. But we have great cops in Southern California here that work together all the time. So we have tremendous capability here. To say that we would go to that right away, I'd say we wouldn't have been there yet. Looking at the violence tonight, I think we got to make a reassessment.
Starting to get dark.
How
how has your department interacted with the National Guard, if at all, since they've been here?
I'd say very little, other than we had a conference call this afternoon. There aren't a whole lot of soldiers in place at this time. They're still incoming. But the people who are here, they're tremendous Americans here trying to do, they provide their service, doing the task that they're charged with. Our relationship has been tremendous overall with the National Guard. We worked right alongside them for 5 months during the Palisades fire. They were there every day in the beginning in large numbers, and then that narrowed down before they demobilized. But the relationship is overall tremendous. We're very, very good partners with them, and I hope they feel the same about us.
And when you look at the demonstrators who are people from the community who are upset about, the immigration raids, families being broken up, deportations happening, do you feel any sense of kinship with them, or about this situation, or do you see that there is need for more law enforcement and for more immigration enforcement in Los Angeles?
I think the federal agents are enforcing federal immigration law, which is their right, and anybody can have their personal opinion on to what level that should be, who should they focus on, and those kind of things. I won't take a position on that because really that's not our focus, not our job. But when I look at the people who are out there doing the violence, that's not the people that we see during the day who are legitimately out there exercising their First Amendment rights and to be able to express their feelings about the immigration enforcement issue. These are people who are all hooded up. They've got a hoodie on. They've got face masks on. They're people who do this all the time, get away with whatever they can, go out there, from one civil unrest situation to another, using the same or similar tactics frequently, and they are connected. Some would call them anarchists or by any other variety of names, but they're people that we run across routinely city to city, and this is what they do. So even more disgusting that many of the people who are doing this come in from other places just to hurt people and to cause havoc.
Chief, let's go next to Tony.
Okay.
Sorry, Navarro from Telemundo 52. Do you think that the presence of National Guard increased the level to this kind of situation? I mean, you said that it's disgusting. Do you think that if you control it without them, it could be a different situation?
I don't know. That's a very interesting question. What was the catalyst for us seeing the second and third day of this becoming increasingly more violent? To be able to say it's because of the National Guard, I can't, because there aren't enough on the ground at this point to make a difference. I've seen civil unrest a number of times before, and generally the second and third days are more violent than the initial phase. And so this is not much different from that pattern, but certainly I think there's a number of things that cause people to come out. Much of it is they watch this and see it on TV, social media, whatever social media outlets they follow or asking them or telling them to come down and be part of this. And they do that. And they come out here, and many come out and just want to see what's going on. They're out there with their cameras, but they're putting themselves in harm's way and potentially setting themselves up for a criminal future. When you look at some of the things that are happening here, somebody could easily be killed. And if you're part of that, then you're going to be facing those charges as well. I talked to the DA just a couple of minutes ago, and the DA will file felony charges on individuals where it's appropriate, but won't be shy about doing that where it is appropriate. And also the potential for federal charges, given the type of environment we're in. And, the federal authorities don't play. And so as we move forward, I think people will be surprised in some cases for what happens to their future.
All right, let's go 2 more questions.
Fed charges.
Already, go ahead. Thank you.
Given the amount of officers that are here in downtown LA, how does that affect response times in other parts of the city and safety of people that are not down?
Yeah. Thank you for that question. A great question. It was, how does the deployment of so many officers downtown or in any one part of the city affect our ability to provide police services citywide? It greatly impacts our ability because it pulls officers who would normally deployed in communities around the city of Los Angeles into one area in order to be able to address the threat that we're facing. And so other areas, when we go on tactical alert, that means we only handle radio calls of significant importance, meaning a violent crime in progress, calls that have to be answered right away. So the other calls get put on a queue and may not get handled for some time to come. And they're important to everyone who is available. We don't do it lightly, but in this case, we did it very quickly because we needed additional resources right away to be able to help quell the violence. And that situation, as you can see tonight, has only gotten worse.
Chief, given what you said about not being informed so you could pre-stage for the incident that started this thing, and you said, I believe that you spoke with the ICE director as well as our city officials today. Is there any effort being made for ICE to share information about what their next move?
Yeah, that's something that we did talk about, and there's no resolution to that. And the problem is that we are guided and bound by the California Values Act, which means that we can't participate in any way in civil immigration enforcement. So the federal partners have been reticent to provide information to us before something happens because of that reason. Part of that is they want to be respectful of the rules that we have to live by, but it also, on a normal situation, not that big a deal. But in a situation like we saw here in the past couple of days, it turns out to be a very big deal. So we're going to continue to work with the partners that I mentioned and many others as we go forward to try and be able to make things as safe for everybody as we can.
All right, Spectrum.
Chief, how many arrests so far?
You have that?
Yes, Captain Raul Javel, Operations Central Bureau, Incident Commander. At least, this is very fluid and preliminary. At least 10 people arrested so far. There's arrests being made as we speak. About 3 officers injured. Fortunately, very fortunate on very minor injuries, or I wouldn't say not minor, but they're not significant enough to be transported to a local hospital. They were treated at the scene. But we're making more arrests as we speak, and we're trying to get into that posture where we're able to make arrests. Right now, really, our officers are really under attack. If you can see when the chief was talking about, we're trying to, first of all, ensure that our officers are safe and the public is safe. And then we'll move into if we can arrest, we'll arrest, and then obviously protect the property and our vehicles and other things like that. But as of now, 10 arrests.
10, that's it.
If I could just jump on, and then 29 last night as well. And so
It's
as
worse
we move
than
forward,
that
we
now
will,
than it was last
step
night.
up our arrest posture in order to hold people accountable and do what we can to stop this violence.
We're going to go 2 more questions.
Really quick, yeah, she asked the question I have real quickly. How long can we expect for this situation to happen?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
How long do you think this situation is going to happen?
Yeah, for me, again, that would be speculative to say how long that the members of ICE will be in town doing the enforcement actions they're doing. But by calling out the National Guard, oftentimes their deployment periods are in 30-day periods. And so to me, it's going to be an extended period of time. I don't know how long that'll be. We're gearing up for that to be able to participate in a meaningful way as we move forward without exhausting our people beyond what they already are. We're a department that went through 5 months plus of the fires and dealing with the fallout from the fires. And as you can imagine, with a very limited sized department to begin with, that's a big stress on our deployment, but more so on our people and their families. So as we move forward, we'll do everything we can to focus on employee wellness and to be able to offer whatever services we can to address the needs of our folks. Sure.
We'll go one more back there.
Setting a fire in the street.
So Carmen, go ahead, and then one more, and then we're gonna call it.
So just 2 questions. One, is there a chance of instituting a curfew? And 2, will you be going back
Curfew.
and looking at any of these incidents that maybe there wasn't an opportunity to make an arrest at the time, but going back and trying to investigate who's responsible and potentially arresting after that?
No, thank you for the question. I spoke with the sheriff today, and we discussed the possibility of implementing a curfew. We don't rush into doing that, but if we need to do that, I'll go back with the sheriff and we'll look at the options as far as that goes. And as far as give me the second part of the question again.
For some of these incidents we watch unfold, a lot of people watch
I got you.
things just unfold in real time.
Yeah.
Thinking, are any of these people to be held accountable for this,
Yeah.
for the cars on fire and things like that? Is there a chance of going back?
Absolutely. When you look at the numbers of arrests we've made, pale in comparison to what will be made. There are video accounts of what happened everywhere on social media, on individuals, cameras, iPhones. We will go after that very aggressively. Go after the all available video, analyze that video, and hold whoever we can accountable for the variety of different types of crimes that have been committed. And that's something we'll do with a number of different partners with levels of expertise that may be beyond what we have. No, thank you for that.
Tell me on what charges people were arrested yesterday.
Do you have the specifics?
So yesterday, the 29 folks were for failure to disperse. They were all arrested today. So today, so far, this is very preliminary because there's so much stuff going on. The stuff that we know is one person was arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at an officer, a significant incident, and then another individual for ramming a motorcycle into one of our line where the officers were and injured one of the officers. Everything else is still very fluid, and I won't have that for a while. So CHP has made at least 17 arrests that I'm aware of in the freeway.
All right, thank you, everyone. Commander Hurtado will stick around to do
They say failure
comments
to
and standoffs
disperse.
for anybody.
None of these people disperse.
Okay, you just heard
all these
from
people-
They got a fire in the
LAPD
street.
Chief Jim McDonald,
Nobody
along with
dispersed.
several
Everybody
other
supposed to go to
superiors
jail.
from LAPD, telling us they've made a significant amount of arrests. 10 arrests today, 29 arrests last night. CHP made 17 arrests on the 101 freeway today when some of the demonstrators got on the freeway, shut it down. We know 3 officers have been injured. They said, fortunately, just minor injuries after at least one incident of a motorcycle ramming into an officer, and then someone else threw a Molotov cocktail at an officer. The chief called the violence happening disgusting, and that he believes it feels like it has escalated in the last few days.
And just in the last few minutes, as you're taking a live look from SkyCal right now, you've noticed a group of protesters and people out there starting that fire that you
Rioters.
see
That's not
in the middle of your
protesters.
screen. And of course, that's another layer of concern, of danger, not to mention traffic all the way around.
Vigilantes.
But we do know that we have on the line Congresswoman Norma Torres. Can you hear us? I want to make sure that we can hear and see you correctly.
Oh yeah, they threw explosives at a horse.
Okay,
Look
we're
at
going to
that.
work on getting Congresswoman Norma Torres up here. But Mike, in the meantime,
That's super dangerous.
you've been monitoring this situation to the left, that fire, but also you noticed what happened earlier with the Mountain Unit.
Yeah, we're looking on the right side of your screen here. As the Mountain Unit was going through, somebody threw a Molotov cocktail at the Mountain Unit there, and there was multiples of that happening. I was listening to the radio traffic where trees were on fire as a result of it, or they're trying to start trees on fire, and these horses, you can see them walking right through it, and then you'll watch on the right side of your screen when earlier when they try to make an arrest, or they did facilitate an arrest there. Looks like the tape ended there. But, one thing I wanted to point out too, those horses have just been through it tonight. And you see on the front of their faces, they've got a shield, just like the officers do, to try to protect their eyes from everything that's going on. The fire you're looking at here is at First and Spring, right outside police headquarters, where Chief Jim McDonald was talking about. And I wanted to bring up something the chief spoke about, and that was the response time. Saturday morning, ICE put out a statement saying that on Friday, LAPD took 2 hours to respond to their request from help. And that was a written statement from ICE officials. The chief flat out denying that, saying it took 38 minutes for them to respond, and there was extenuating circumstances for even why it took that long. The chief explaining they had no prior knowledge, they were not ready to set up and be there for this. They say traffic was an issue, crowd was an issue, tear gas that the feds had been using became an issue as well.
Then he went in and explained the mobile field forces is where, when they're not ready, because mobile field forces are designed for incidents that pop up that they weren't prepared for. And that's when you don't have the opportunity to have more tactical type officers like we've seen tonight, when they're more prepared for a situation. But a field force is when they get a group of officers together and try to deploy them. And that's what we saw on Friday night. But the chief saying, anybody that says it took 2 hours for us to respond, that is blatantly not true. They were not prepared for ICE's interactions because ICE didn't tell them that they were coming. And in fact, he says it took them 38 minutes to respond.
Yeah, and before we continue on with talking about what the chief had to say, I want to check with our producer. Do we have Congresswoman Norma Torres on the line just yet? Okay, Congresswoman, can you hear us?
What's the Congresswoman have to
We're
say?
still working on setting that up, but we do want to make a note here.
All
as
right,
we
so we're on
continue
the
to work
move
connection
here.
and establishing things for this evening, that this large group of protesters, it looked like the map was up ever so briefly, and it looked like they were coming down Spring and just past 2nd Street, and that fire that we were making a point to show you earlier was on 1st in Spring. So they're making their way down. It obviously a little hard to tell now in terms of where they are in relation to other officers or other law enforcement, but they are making their way down Spring Street right now. Not exactly sure where they're going, but that fire you see just at the top of your screen. So that's where they're coming down right now. And we don't know exactly where they're going or what they're going to do next, but that crowd is moving along the street.
Is that the federal building, federal
Yeah, it's
detention
crazy.
center they're walking by right now? I could be wrong here.
On Spring.
We want to get our bearings a little bit.
Yeah, I think, John, is that where they're walking towards? So let's see, Spring and 2nd is right there. No, they're headed south, he says.
Oh, okay. We are going to try to figure out where this group is walking. It's rather dark, much darker in this area as they're getting away from Civic Center, part of downtown LA. But it doesn't look like, law enforcement has been staged over here. So you wonder if this crowd is just going to slowly disperse, start to go home, or if they're going to continue to walk directly in the middle of the street. And that, of course, could be an issue.
Especially as we start getting into this, we've been leading up to this moment and drawing attention to it, the fact that we're getting into that
a lot of those people down there that aren't law enforcement are in fact press. So law enforcement made the decision there to just come in with a fire extinguisher and put that little fire out that was in that parking booth. But it just goes to show you that there's still a number of hot spots here that LAPD is keeping an eye on. That's the intersection of Main and Alameda. Once LAPD pushed those protesters down past Olvera Street to Main and Cesar Chavez,
You're putting the dumpsters in the road.
Just as I'm kind of wrapping my head around what we just saw a few minutes ago, we see another barricade being put up with a number of dumpsters there. So people aren't leaving the area; they're just kind of scattering and regrouping, and then we're continuing to see different little barricades get set up in different spots.
Don't these
of
people
town as
have
LAPD
jobs
push
or needed something to do for
protesters
one
towards
day?
They've been
different
paid
areas here.
to
We're
cause
seeing
this
a little
anarchy.
bit of a progression north.
The more
into Chinatown.
anarchy and
But
chaos you
also,
cause, the
we
more
also
you
have a
get
large
paid.
group,
That's
at
serious
least a
business.
few
These
minutes ago,
Democratic
that
operatives.
I last had eyes on that was south of City Hall at, I believe that was Main and I think it was Main and 1st Street. And we might be a little too far away with the buildings in a way here to get eyes on that group there, but there was a group of about 500 people down on that side. However, that group of protesters, they weren't really doing anything that LAPD deems to be a threat. So LAPD is really putting their focus on the protesters on the north side that continue to set up barricades. They really don't want anybody to dig their heels in and set up barricades or anything of that sort, because the longer barricades get put in place, the more they get fortified by other pieces of trash and other pieces of metal that these individuals find, the harder it will be for LAPD to deal with it later on. It looks like that's the Spring Street Bridge that CHP now
Yeah,
has
they
been able
took
to
that
contain.
bridge
I
back.
think if we pan to the left, Rob, there, we'll be able to see the Los Angeles Street Bridge, and
To
that's
me,
the
it looks
bridge
like
where
the
a
crowd
lot of
is
protesters
dispersing.
were throwing items down onto the freeway below. and you see that CHP vehicle on a tow truck. That CHP vehicle probably
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
be
yeah,
a
they're
complete
towing it.
loss. It was actually set on
They're
fire
towing it.
earlier as people on the bridge above were lighting pieces of cardboard on fire and throwing them down to the vehicles below. So that CHP vehicle actually caught on fire a little bit before CHP officers were able to move in with a fire extinguisher and put it out. But while we were zoomed in there, you were able to see a lot of debris just spread across the lanes of the southbound 101 freeway. So it's going to be a big cleanup here.
All right, and Gabe Santos, thank you for that. As we let's keep that picture up right there, the picture you have, because
This
the
looks
chief
like the
in
last
his press conference spoke about
major
the
battle
difference
right
between
here.
people who are out there expressing their First Amendment rights, expressing their disagreement and disapproval of the ICE raids of day laborers and others, versus the people who are out here doing damage. And he actually had physical descriptions of what some of those people look like, what they do. That some of them are from out of town, some of them are people who go from literally from one position of civil unrest to another. And he described them, a lot of them, as having their faces covered, having hoods and covering their faces. And we did see that among the people who were putting up this barricade. So with regard to how we look at them and we can describe their actions, we don't know whether this is protest or simply anarchy for the sake of it. So we're going to try to draw a distinction, if possible, between those who are out here expressing their disapproval.
There's no
versus
more
the people
protesting.
that
Cut
are
it
doing
out.
things like this,
Cut it
setting
out,
fires and putting,
ABC7.
barricading
These
streets.
aren't
So we're gonna
protesters.
try to
Cut it out.
bore down into that particular aspect of what we're
Not
seeing.
protesters.
In the meantime, Jory Rand has been covering this for the better part of the afternoon and much of the evening, and has some more reporting for us now. Jory?
Mark, it's a frustrating scene to see play out here tonight. Those protesters, is it a demonstration of
They're not
protest or is it
protesters.
unrest? And in some cases, as you mentioned, it might just be both. Someone who showed up for one now enjoying the other. It's frustrating to see this continue to play out and the LAP just allow this to happen. They are overwhelmed, as the chief heard. As we heard from the chief, that this is still going on. And as Gabe mentioned, once they break up one grouping, it just spreads out to another spot. So we're seeing this play out. We have that parking security booth on fire, and now we have obstructions in the middle of Main Street as this is being allowed to continue. And it would just, a lot of people want to see this end and these people taken into custody. Now, it has been a very eventful day in our city, likely one that we are going to talk about for a long time to come. Now, there are two very different aspects to what is happening this weekend in Los Angeles. Let's begin with what played out on the streets of LA. It was a very destructive day. Several clashes taking place outside the federal building. Once that crowd was broken up, demonstrators scattered and a large group made their way onto the 101 freeway. The CHP allowed them to remain there for about an hour. Traffic was stopped in both directions before officers finally moved in and slowly backed that group up and off of the roadway, making several arrests in the process. However, CHP vehicles were left exposed on the 101, and for hours, we watched people on that overpass hurl everything from rocks and chunks of cinder block to concrete and electric scooters. They began lighting pieces of cardboard on fire and dropping them on them below. Even a bike was dropped onto a windshield, damaging the CHP vehicles. Now, the freeway takeover leading to some tense clashes between the protesters and officers. You can see one person being dragged away. This was in front of the federal building. That person had breached the line, had taken that officer's helmet. You saw him just put it back on there and dragged away. That person was on stilts and he remained somehow behind. He made his way back.
All right, so yeah, they're still coming down. I think this is Spring Street. I don't want to do a recap on earlier things. I want to see what's going on now to try to evaluate. But honestly, I do the fact that this isn't like in Compton or Paramount or other locations where, I mean, this is downtown. I think it's going to disperse soon, be honest. The way it is, I think they pushed everyone away from the federal building, and I think they pushed people. But look, they still got lines up, but it doesn't look like there's massive crowds. They still got their line, and I think they pushed
the
people
detention
away from
center.
that
That's
bridge.
where some of the people who are being detained
by ICE have been held in the last couple of days. And so that really has been the focus of a lot of attention. But they won't be getting anywhere near there, not with these lines of police officers along the overpasses here. A lot still going on. As you said, it is now dark. And, the bulk of the protesters, demonstrators have gone home. What has remained, really, aside from a few stragglers who are peacefully protesting here, the most of the people who have remained are those troublemakers who are really aggressively attacking the law enforcement who were down on the lanes of the freeway, throwing, we saw scooters and parts of the sidewalk and concrete and signs and just bottles and glasses and so many fireworks. I mean, it was really shocking to see, and just an assault on those officers under there. A really dangerous situation. Again, you can probably hear the helicopters. The bulk of that crowd has now been pushed back down towards past Olvera Street into Chinatown. We can only hope that they are not causing a lot of trouble down there, not causing as much damage as they have caused throughout downtown Los Angeles. I should note that everything around here, the sidewalks, the posts, building sides, everything has been tagged with profanity and with other messages opposing ICE's agenda. And it is, there's been a lot of destruction. So hopefully they're not continuing to do that tonight. Again, not nearly the number of people who were here when we first arrived on the scene, just a fraction of people. Unfortunately, that fraction of people does seem to be the most aggressive and the most violent. So LAPD and CHP and sheriff's deputies really keeping an eye on what they are continuing to do as we head into the evening hours. Guys, back to you.
Lori, thank you so much. And yeah, certainly right, getting a look from SkyCal in terms of trying to piece out where the collection of protesters and groups of people are. You see one there in the center of your screen. Not a lot, though. And then you see toward the back there a collection of them sort of scattering a little bit, too. And Mike, if I can bring you back in here whenever you're ready, this is where the questions about tactics that we first raised more than 4 hours ago really come into play, because as Lori mentioned, you start.
All right, fire in the streets. I don't know what location this is, but downtown. So it does look like there are anarchists and criminals running around still. I don't know how many are out there. I would say a few hundred, the way I'm looking at it. About a few hundred or so. Don't know how long this is going to last for, though. Tomorrow morning, we're covering the Sean P. Diddy Combs trial. So there might be this going on tomorrow, but we're shifting back to a trial that we been covering every day. Look at this. I mean, I'm just going to sit here and watch for a little bit and see how this winds down, if it does tonight. Now, my thing is that I'm thinking, though, is like, we got the weekdays, a lot of protests that I've seen over the years. Weekends always lit, then it calms down for the weekday, and then back at it again on the weekends. I'm just wondering if things are going to pop off Monday in the daytime or tomorrow sometime. Now, maybe tomorrow night, or as it's about to get dark, maybe towards the evening. But a lot of times on the weekend, everyone's off work, particularly Sunday. So it brings a lot of people out. Makes me wonder if this is going to be or is this just a couple days and it's going to ease up? But federal government says they're going to be in there doing ICE enforcement, so antagonizes the locals, triggers the locals, people there. Who knows? Are these people paid insurrectionists? Are they paid being out there? I don't necessarily, when we always heard over the time paid protesters and stuff. I don't necessarily believe people are paid. They could, but What are you paying, like $50 an hour to be up there? Oh, we don't got looting, do we? We got looting? Don't tell me we got looting. Last night, the Arco, that's one thing I'm going to look out. You got to look out for these gas stations. Oh, look at that. What is that? Boom. See what I mean? Look, what's happening here? What's happening? That's law enforcement, though. I wonder if we got any looting going on. Haven't necessarily seen any looting today, but I wonder if we got any looting. That gas station right there, that Chevron, they might have tried, you know. The one at the Arco, the videos that they were showing at the Arco was they were trying to pull at the door, and I guess the general manager was trying to pull back, trying to fight them off, and he actually fought them off for a while, and then they busted in. And then if it's the same video, saw like somebody in there get sucker punched, and then they're all going in there getting their Twinkies and all the junk food, running out with a hands full of junk foods. You know, I would never, ever, ever operate a convenience store in a city for that reason. I mean, that's pretty risky. I'm sure insurance pays for it. You know, if you did, I don't know if those owners there are worth, you know, protecting their business. That can be replaced. Lives can't. These people would probably kill if you resist. And what's crazy here is, like, you saw stuff being shot at the horses. They were shooting fireworks at the horses. Someone threw a Molotov cocktail and it caught the trees on fire, throwing the bricks off the interstate or off the highway, the 101, throwing bricks and rocks at law enforcement while they're driving. I mean, that's crazy. People could get killed. And it would not shock me, and I hope this does not happen. I pray that this doesn't happen. I think someone's going to shoot a law enforcement officer, whether it's LAPD or feds or something. I think someone's going to shoot one, and I hope not. I hope not. I really hope not. ICE is going to continue to do their raids, targeted raids, and deportations. But are we going to see on American soil for the first time in our lifetimes, all of us, actually military on the streets, Marines like that, going against American citizens or protecting? I'm not saying going against American citizens. I guess they're just protecting lives and infrastructure. But are we going to see that? Are we going to see the Insurrection Act? Will it be challenged? Will it be taken to court? Still a lot of unanswered questions with this. I think we're at a time, we're an unprecedented time, because I haven't really seen anything. I mean, I watched the stuff with the George Floyd in 2020. It was pretty bad. I remember the LA riots. I don't think we're on LA riot level, because that was like complete chaos. There was lives. There was like 60 lives lost, like $1 billion in damage at LA riots. But it could get that way, you know, particularly if there's images out where law enforcement here responding to somebody else, and there's some sort of video where someone is getting trampled or stomped on, and it just triggers more a bigger reaction. You know, there could be big problems here moving forward, or this could just die down. I don't know. You know, I don't know how long these people have it in them to do this every day, days on end. I mean, because at the end of the day, ICE is really deporting illegals that are like criminals, like ones that are already deportation order. So I don't think I don't think that's a massive cause to get people to rally over. But if politicians there or local officials, they start spreading around fake news and fake rhetoric by saying, well, ICE is going door to door, rounding up women and children, asking paperwork, can incite people. But if they're generally just sitting there, rounding up targeted raids of criminals, but they have said that if you are hanging around with a criminal and you're not here legally, you're going to get caught up in that too. They've already said that, they've arrested people that were with others. But if that's the case and it's just criminals, I can't see how this can be a national outcry. But there was other stuff going on in other cities. Somebody kept tagging me on Twitter about Ontario. They were out there protesting ICE, and also Seattle, I believe. New York City yesterday. This could spread to other cities. Could. But on a grand national scale where they get mass people to come out here, and I don't know. I'm not so sure. Minnesota, they could probably start protesting, and Portland. Well, this is LA. The president of the United States said he's going to liberate LA. You think he can do it? You think he can do it? I mean, they're still out there. They're blocking traffic. Saw some fires. There's the gas station here. Here's the police. I mean, at this point, why would you even be out there and want to get arrested and get a record? Plus, you heard the LA police chief. You don't want to catch Fed charges. No way. I don't think the federal government's playing. Like that guy yesterday that was in the bicycle or the motorcycle helmet that was throwing rocks at Border Patrol vehicles and law enforcement, federal law enforcement, as they were going around chucking rocks. They got his image up there already on Twitter at like FBI's most wanted. They're looking for the guy to identify. There's like a $50,000 reward out for him. That dude literally would probably get 50 years for what he did by throwing rocks. They'll put attempted murder. They'll put up some crazy charges on him. But I do think it's attempted murder. If you throw bricks at someone's vehicle while they're driving, try to throw it through their front windshield, that's attempted murder for sure. So, the feds start swooping up and arresting people. It might put a stop to this too, because these people realize, it's not worth it. You don't want to go to the feds. We're talking about P. Diddy Combs on trial. He's about to spend the rest of his life in prison. Literally. We'll be covering that tomorrow morning, by the way. Getting late. It's 12 a.m. here. Got to get up fresh for that. I'm still looking here. See what's going on. Still looking, because this is a moment. This is a big deal. I really think this right now, and where this could go, could be one of the top stories in this country this year. You ever get one of those events? Every year we get like an event. Couple things happen that are big deals in this country. I think we're in one of them here. And this could go really worse than it is. It could also get better. This could just be a one-hit wonder, and that's it. Never fizzles out. I don't know. To me, it's like 50-50. I don't know. But if they start rolling in Marines and stuff like that, it could be interesting. Because individuals could try to defy the military and go up there and challenge them. Look, fire. But these are like little fires. I mean, I think it was a big deal with the 5 vehicles caught on fire, all the defacing of the property and stuff. I think there was I think today, right now, there was millions of damage. Millions in damage. I mean, all the vehicles that got burnt today, there's a lot of other ones that we haven't really seen, but they're happening because there's so many feeds. All that spray paint, ripping signs, bricks. Economic loss here was in the now look, are they going and looting this Chevron or what? Or are they just hanging out? Look at the gas there. What's that? $10 a gallon gas? Whoa, 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 whoa. What? That's $7 a gallon gas, man. Did you see that? Did you see that? In downtown LA, that's at $7 a gallon. Unless my eyes are, oh, he turned the lights off. They turned the Chevron lights off. He's probably shutting down like, yo, I'm getting out of here. Everyone's hanging around here. He probably shut it down like, yo, I gotta go. $7 a gallon regular gas in LA. Are you kidding me? It's highway robbery. Who in their right mind would pay $7 a gallon gas right now? That's crazy, folks. But look at the law enforcement. And you got personnel there. This is absolutely crazy. Unbelievable. I did not expect to cover this weekend. I wanted actual rest, and I didn't get it. But it's like what's the word? Obligatory for us. Yeah, they shut down that Chevron. It's obligatory for us to do this because this is what we do. Can't let this go. Feel obligated. Plus, I'm curious to see what happens. I also want to see the law enforcement response. You learn a lot here. One thing I noticed, though, is LAPD kind of was just fall back all day, and then suddenly when it was about to get dark, then they went and swooped in. Now, what are they going here to? But I don't think this is a cause right here with this, like people can like rally behind. Like, I've seen other violent protests or riots. I'm not even going to call them protests. So I gotta get out of the habit of saying these are protests because they're not. This is not a protest. It's not. What ended up happening is originally there's marchers that do protest and they march to a certain location, but there's bad apples within that mix. And then the protests, the peaceful protesters kind of leave and the rest stay, and then they turn it into lawlessness. Or lawless within the protest, but now it's not a protest. It hadn't been a protest all the way since they did that first march in front of the federal building. From that point on, it just went downhill. But it seems like a protest is like gone. And it turns into just chaos. I call this chaos. We titled the video Chaos. It's what it is. It's complete chaos. Look how much resources here. You know how much law enforcement, all officers are got to be on there, all diverting resources everywhere else. That's probably crimes going on. They got all hands on deck. Plus, they know everyone's watching. Whole world's watching. Whole world's watching. I don't know if the feed is he might be bouncing. Yeah, he might be bouncing. I think they're probably fueling up. Just do a preliminary look.
You know, this again just does not speak to what the governor and the mayor are saying that they want to see happen here. They don't want to see this type of activity.
Yeah, Lauren.
And this also is what we were. Oh,
no, go for it. Go.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Les, I was just going to say real quickly, you know, this also was something I mentioned in one of my concerns in covering protests like this, and, you know, from St. Louis to Atlanta and, you know, here in LA, is when the sun goes down, that's when things can really take a turn. That's what we saw last night. That's what we saw Friday. And while this right now is mild compared to what we saw, you know, last night, there's still a lot of hours ahead of us here. And so, and I also think that Mike was also saying too, perhaps what we're seeing are more the agitators more so than the protesters.
Agitators. All right, so I'm signing off for the night. Thank you, the great Magnolia.
Cool thing. Follow me.